Welcome to the Digging Deep ATVMX Podcast with your host, hailing from Kokona, Wisconsin, riding a CST Tires SSI decals traveling back Yamaha YFC 450R, four-time ATV motocross national champion, number 25, Cody Jansen.
What's up, everybody? We're back. I'm your host, Cody Jansen. Welcome to episode 90 of the Digging Deep ATVMX Podcast, presented by our title sponsor, CST Tires, in stock and available for purchase today at shop.csttires.com. And this is our Redbud Review Show featuring event winner Chad Wienen, podium finisher Jeffrey Rastrelli, and Casey Greek will join us to help break down all the action from legendary Redbud. But this is so much more than just a race review show. Chad and I end up reminiscing about some of his fondest memories from the Suzuki era, discussing some of the throwback clips that I've been posting on our social media channels. Jeffrey Rastrelli and I find ourselves discussing the hot button topic of the Team USA QXON of Nations team, and his impassioned response is "can't miss." And Casey and I recap how all the subplots played out at Redbud and look ahead to the Loretta Lynn's finale that's just over a week away now. Honestly, this very well could be my favorite race review pod of the season, so let's dive right in. Before dropping the gate on another exciting race review podcast, shout out to all of our incredible partners. CST Tires, go to shop.csttires.com today. Yamaha, thanks to Blue Crew. Thanks to SSI Decals, DID Racing Chain, Namura Technologies, Bronco ATV and UTV Components, Impact Solutions, Launderville Steel Enterprises and Concrete Supply, the financial advice of the Haymauer Financial Group, Forworks Carbon, DP Brakes, Factory 43, Integrative Financial Concepts and their Safe to Race and Safe to Ride insurance programs, Binky's Forever ATC Museum, Blendzall Oil, the official oil choice of Digging Deep, Evans Waterless Power Sports Coolant, Walsh Racecraft, and Manscaped. Get 20% off and free shipping with code DiggingDeep20 at manscaped.com. Manscaped's signature line, the Performance Package 4.0, includes the new Lawnmower 4.0 electric trimmer that I rely on to keep my beard on point, the best nose hair trimmer ever created, and an array of goodies like deodorant, boxer briefs, a travel bag, and more. So check out Manscaped, I wish I would have sooner, and get 20% off with free shipping by using code DiggingDeep20 at manscaped.com. So rad that Manscaped is investing in ATV racing as a longtime partner of Digging Deep. Help us keep them in the fold and involved in ATV racing by using our Digging Deep 20 code so they know you enjoy Digging Deep and all that we're about here. Support all these great companies that support us, and for any products that fall through the cracks, click that Rocky Mountain ATVMC banner on our website to help us out. The dog days of the 2022 season are officially here, but we both know you still need parts and gear. No matter what off-road gear parts you need, Rocky Mountain ATVMC has you covered. But before you buy, simply click that Rocky Mountain ATVMC banner on our website. By using our specific link, we get a percentage of what you buy on the back end, enabling you to help us out while purchasing the parts and gear you need anyway. And did you know that you can buy OEM parts from Rocky Mountain ATVMC as well? Yep, shipped conveniently right to your door. So click that Rocky Mountain ATVMC banner at diggingdeepatvmx.com to help us out while satisfying all your gear and parts needs. One new donor to shout out this week, Blake Hansen. Blake is a former racer, and he and his son spent the entire weekend at Redbud, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Seeing them throughout the weekend just took me right back to when I was a little guy, and I was over the moon just to be at an ATV National, seeing all of my heroes. So shout out to Blake and his son. Thanks for representing the Digging Deep brand, and thanks so much for your additional support. And if you're interested in donating and hearing your name on the show, you can find the Patreon or Buy Me a Coffee donation links on our website. Major thanks to all who have donated. You guys freaking rock. Now, it's showtime. The 30-second board is up, it's sideways, and the gate is down. Time to dig deep. Let's go. All right, guys, if you're an American motocross fan, the simple mention of this historic venue gets your blood pumping. And joining me to help break down all the action from Redbud, brought to you by Blenders Eyewear. Use discount code DiggingDeep20 at blenderseyewear.com. And we're going to actually gift this gentleman a pair of blenders of his choosing on behalf of Digging Deep from Impact Solutions. Say hello to Mr. Casey Greek. What's up, Casey?
Hey, Cody. Happy to be here again. And that's awesome news because it's funny. I've always wore glasses, and I just switched on Tuesday to contacts.
Did you?
I don't have them in right. Yeah, I don't have them in right this second, but so I haven't been able for the last 3 or 4 years. I haven't been able to wear normal sunglasses. I had to wear prescription sunglasses. So I was actually floating around on the Blenders Eyewear website last night because I knew we had a discount code through the Digging Deep show. So I was actually checking it out. That's pretty funny. And
Nice.
None
nice.
of that wasn't staged whatsoever. Like, it just cracked me up that just happened.
It's funny because we've had this code for like years now, and I never really push it. They're kind of just an associate sponsor or whatever, and decided that we were going to start pushing it hard. Again, we don't get a ton out of it, but it's cool to have those mainstream sponsors as part of the podcast, right? So that's cool. And yeah, we want to gift you a couple pairs of blenders there. So that'll be sweet. So how has the transition been from glasses to contacts? I remember like what that was like for me. Now it's second nature all these years later, but what's that been like?
Dude, I struggle. Like, I'm like the biggest wimp ever when it comes to my eyes or touching my eyes.
So am I.
Getting them in and getting them out is rough, but
okay.
I mean, it's only been 2 days. I haven't put them in yet this morning, but
okay.
Yeah, it'll come. I think it's just time. You just got to have it figured out for sure.
Yeah. So it's funny because they used to be total. I'm assuming you're wearing the dailies, right? You have new contacts every day.
No, because I struggle so bad, like talking with the girl, she's like, maybe, with my insurance and stuff, like to cover it. Like I'm still not 100% committed that that's just the route I'm going to go. So I did the monthlies.
Okay.
Which she's like, you're going to fill them a lot less with like the dailies because they're much thinner, but getting the dailies in versus the monthlies in is going to be a lot easier, so on and so forth. So right now I'm at the monthlies, and once I have them in, I'm good.
Yeah. Then you don't even notice
whatsoever.
Yeah.
Except like you get a nice breeze that comes by and your eyes are open. You're like, whoa, I'm stuck. And then you got to kind of get them worked in again. But other than that, yeah, I think it's good.
Okay. So where I was going with that is when I first started wearing contacts years and years ago, I wore the monthlies, and it's tough with us, with our lifestyle, because being in the dirt and, stuff like that, like you get dirt in your eyes with a monthly contact, it messes up the edge a little bit. And then, that contact is messed up at least, 1% or 2% or whatever for the rest of the month. If you have those incidences over and over and over again, by the end of the month, your contacts stink. So what I will say is I disagree. The dailies go in and out so much easier, at least for me.
Really?
Like they're thinner. So not only do you not feel it at all when it's in your eye, but when you get it close to your eye, thing sucks right in. And then to take them out, literally, all I have to do is touch my eye and the thing pops out. It's crazy. So my contact experience, and this has been 15 years now, but my contact experience has been so much better since I went to dailies years ago. Man, the monthlies were a nightmare compared to dailies. So if the monthlies continue to be like not the greatest experience, I know this is new, but I would really try the dailies. I really would. I mean, it costs me $100 every 90 days for my contacts. So
that's not terrible.
And for the experience being as much better as it is, it's so worth it. So yeah, a little insight.
Yeah. More than likely, I think that's what it's going to do, especially because of our lifestyle, being in the dirt, and then even like being in the water. She's like, "Oh, don't wear them at the beach," which I don't necessarily go to the beach a lot, but I fish a lot, and then we go like park at like an island and stuff and hang out. And I'm like, "Well, I'm not just like swimming around with my eyes open. Like, I ought to be fine." And she's like, "Yeah, you'll be okay." So definitely learning. I actually talked to Jay yesterday a little bit about it because he's tried contacts before. Yeah. He said he always ends up going back to glasses, but yeah, I don't know that I could. That's my biggest problem right now is the dirt. Mm-hmm. And I go through a pair of glasses like every 2 months because they just get scratched. They're so scratched up all the time. And I'm like, and then oil, you spray yourself in the face with oil, building chalks, and cleaning them is a pain in the butt. And then you're leaning over, sweating, doing something, and you're dripping. And so I'm just like, I'm over it.
Yeah, for sure. And the other thing, and I think they tell you all those things at the beginning as a precautionary measure, but I wear my contacts all day, every day, never take them out. They like with the monthlies, they would tell you, give your eyes of X amount of, hours a day without your contacts in. I literally wear mine from 4:00 in the morning until the second I go to bed, and it's no issue at all. Like, it just feels like my eye. And I've like had people say, will you ever get, the surgery or whatever? And honestly, my contact experience now is so good that I don't even know that I would make the jump to getting the surgery. So, yeah, I think there's light at the end of the tunnel there, but I think the key might be the dailies. It really might be
dailies. Okay. Yeah, I'll try it. Cause I was already talking about calling them back and telling them to hold off on putting my order in, because I was kind of contemplating going to like the dailies, and then I'm not 100% sure that they didn't screw my prescription up a little bit.
Sure.
They kind of magnified it a little bit more than what my glasses prescription was, and I'm kind of been fighting it a little bit. So we'll see. I'm just trying to give it a couple days.
Got it. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, they're so much thinner, dude. They're half as thin or whatever. You don't feel them in your eye. They go in better. They come out better. And yeah, like there is a little bit of a depth perception that like actually changes with contacts versus glasses, because you're used to glasses. So the glasses distort your depth perception just a little bit. And then the contacts make it like right. So there is a little bit of an adjustment, but yeah, so I'm curious to see what you'll have to say after the dailies is a thing for you. So that'll be fun to track. But okay, so we'll talk about the racing now. Enough about contacts and eyes and everything else. So Casey, you're one of the big dogs at Impact Solutions, obviously. Team USA mechanic for Bryce Ford coming up in September, seemingly best friends with everybody at the racetrack. So did you get too busy to lock in your fantasy squad this week or what, Casey? Come on.
Yeah, and then I literally remembered on the starting line for the first moto, and I went in and it was already locked, and I was like, crap, I need to go see Cody. And then I never got a chance to go over there. But yeah, I think it was Redbud last year that I dropped the ball. That's why I say we need a throwaway, because at some point I'm going to drop the ball. And yeah, and I was like, man, I should have went in beforehand and did it like before the week, because I already knew what I would do, and I just completely dropped the ball. And I really meant to come over and see if there was a way I could slide that in there. I just never had a chance. I mean, it's Redbud. I mean, it was, and this honestly is one of the roughest Redbuds I feel that I've ever seen or witnessed.
Agreed. Yeah, it was crazy. Yeah, I've had a number of people hit me up and say, hey, I didn't have service. Hey, something happened, blah, blah, blah. And as long as it's, as long as they don't have the perfect team, or especially if it's at the beginning of the day, right? I obviously am happy to help there. They spent their hard-earned money to play the game, and we haven't had anybody that seemingly is cheating or anything like that. So yes, if you would have told me your team, like we could have easily overrode the system and got you in there. But really, Casey, that was really the only negative of the weekend, because Redbud week, kind of like you said, it's always truly special. It's crazy, obviously, but it's a special week every year, which brings me to our next topic, our Impact Solutions Impact Moment, where we highlight something good and positive happening in ATV motocross. What do you have for us this week, Casey?
I think it's really the community coming together to support the Quad Cross Nations team. Really, I can't remember the number, and dang it, I helped with the school and did the deal on Thursday, and the turnout was great for that. And so it's just awesome to see the community kind of slide together and support a whole cause. And obviously I'm part of that cause and on the team. So it's a huge honor for me, as we've stated before, but it's really the people around us that's going to make this all possible for us to go over there and bring that trophy back to the U.S.
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously the schools are such a big part of that, but also, I'm sitting here wearing a Team USA shirt, right? Like my whole family bought the shirts. Like it's all those little things. It's the community. I was just writing a piece yesterday talking about how the Team USA, the coolest part of it is how it brings our community, our ATV racing community, and all of our top racers, it brings them all together. And we've talked about on these shows that never used to be the case. It really brought Joel and Chad closer, and it brought, just brought the whole community together. And that togetherness is such a special thing, because prior to Team USA years ago, 5 years ago, or whatever it would have been, like we didn't really have that.
Yeah, for sure. And, it's like, it's all competition goes aside for our guys when we head over there. And even before, I mean, to see Chad and Joel and Bryce and, Cody Ford helped out a bunch too with the school. Like they're all up there teaching together, and you can see it was really cool to see the different techniques that each guy uses. And it just, but it's exactly what you said, like the t-shirts, the donations in general, all of it all goes for one cause, and they're the friendships that are made when you travel abroad like that. I've traveled with a lot of guys overseas, Mexico, Canada, and guys that I may not even have known, that we have like lifelong stories that we'll always be able to tell with each other. So, I think it's a huge thank you to all the people that are helping. And, if you haven't helped, or if you have a way to, please do, because it's not cheap to go over there.
No, they were talking about how expensive that container was this year, twice as expensive or more as years past. So yeah, it's crazy. So it's that much more of a financial burden. So credit to everybody that has helped, and thank you to everybody that's going to help here in the future, of course. And yeah, so for my Impact Solutions Impact moment, I kind of got two of them. We talk about that we don't like this to be super personal, but I can't help this week. It was obviously great for me to be back at the races. It was beyond words how awesome it was. And so many people made my weekend special by making me feel like the ATV Motocross Nationals missed me. And every single one of you that stopped by for a picture and an autograph, or just to, chat about my YFZ 450R, just all the people that came out of the woodworks to come and say hi. It was like I felt like a pro again or something. It was crazy. So I appreciate all of you so much. And then on a macro level, more importantly, Bryce Ford, kind of touching on the Team USA stuff, and he's obviously a member this year. I saw a post the other day that Harv had posted, kind of clearing up and clearing the air on some of the selection stuff, and how, each year the rider, the top three the year before was picked for the team. So I was happy to see that. I don't know, each week, and in full disclosure, it's like I've picked Bryce Ford on my fantasy team every week because I just wanted for him so bad. Some of these stray shots that he's taking, I just don't feel like are right or deserve it. But anyways, so Bryce Ford, he didn't have the day he wanted. We'll get into that a little bit. He didn't have the day he wanted on Saturday, but you never know that by his demeanor that he showed after that. He spent the entire day on Sunday at the starting gate with the younger riders and amateur riders. Obviously, he wants to win, of course, but he's still upbeat. He still loves the sport. He loves all the people. I just thought that was worth mentioning and highlighting that, after a tough day like that, he didn't sulk, he didn't hide, he didn't, wear his negative emotions on his sleeve, nothing like that. He could be seen on Sunday super upbeat, smiling, being the Bryce Ford that we know. And I think that that's a mature kind of lesson for people to kind of see and learn from too. I thought that was something worth highlighting as something good and positive happening for our Impact Solutions Impact moment.
Yeah, to touch a little bit there, I think we've all beat this horse, and we're not going to change everyone's opinion or bring reality to them on how this stuff goes, but it is what it is. And I think my wife actually mentioned this morning, did you see the post that Harv made? And I'm like, yeah, I seen it. And, hats off to Harv for just like kind of putting it out there in that sense of we've done it already. And, it is a selection process that we've used, and when the team is made, and, there's just been some wacky little things and just weird days for Bryce, but don't take that for granted, because it's not that it's the kid's not working. There's a different pressure, and there's a different, everyone digests that a little bit different. And I think once we get over there, we get to Czech Republic and we go do this race, I think we'll all see that, Bryce was a good pick. And in all honesty, we have so many guys that you could pick from, but the easiest way to do it is to do it off of points at the time and the points from the year before. And that's exactly what was done. It's not a money thing. It's not any of that kind of stuff. You have to have the availability of the machine to send it over there. There is some factors into that kind of stuff, but overall, it really just comes down to a point system. The team would band together if we had to figure out another rider or whatever it is. So I think it's going to be just fine. And, it's just a little bit of a head game, and Bryce will get it together. We've been working strong with the mental side of things, and it's going to be good.
Yeah, he's going to smash it. I'm fully confident in that. And you hit the nail on the head. When the decision was made, and we've said it on every one of these shows since then, it feels like, but when the decision was made, he was top 3 in points. He was top 3 in points last year. And just because in recent weeks he's dealt with some stuff, he might still be right there, 3rd in points, or very close to it, if not for that DNF that he had nothing physically to do with, 1 week or one race ago at Pleasure Valley. So it's just one of those things. Like you said, we're not going to change everybody's opinion, but for all the people out there that are pounding the table for, riders like Brandon Hogue Hogue's going to have the number one draft pick or the first option to be that third rider next year. If all things were to kind of go the way that we expect them to go. So yeah, that's enough about that. So I'm going to say it right here, Casey, as we jump in here. Redbud featured some of the fastest pace and best battles that we've seen all year long. Pristine racetrack, perfect weather, big crowd in attendance. Redbud never disappoints. And then, like you said earlier, I mean, it was as rough, and I heard that from the riders too, but it was as rough as any Redbud that I can remember. It was like more sandy. I don't know what it was, but it was Redbud, to the max, I feel like.
Yeah. I mean, one thing I was actually standing there with your dad, and I watched you. It was on Friday. It's a section that was right behind my truck and the CST truck, the Elka trailer and the CST truck. And I was just standing back there watching.
So after Larocco's, for the listener. Yep.
Yeah. Right after Larocco's, you turn and come across that section. And I seen you come through there one lap. And I don't know if it was like the first lap or maybe the second lap, maybe you just switched into that line and you just turned the corner and you just stayed steady in the throttle. Like it wasn't like this crazy aggression, but it was like really steady. And like you went through there, I looked at your dad, I said, well, I'll take that, especially straight for off the couch in a sense. I'm like, damn, that was good. And because we were watching guys go through there and they're literally stopping. Pro-Am guys going through there and they're stopping because the section was so rough. It was just as rough as the roller section, but it didn't have the rhythm that the whoops would have.
Right.
And then the next lap you come through, and I don't know if you hesitated the next lap through, and it wasn't as pretty when you went through, but you could tell like maybe that time before you were like, holy crap, and you were just along for the ride, but it worked out really good in the next lap. But I've never seen that section that rough. It get choppy through there, some holes or some braking bumps and different things like that. But I mean, it literally had 3-foot rollers through there, and there was no rhyme or reason to how they flowed. So you couldn't just pick it up. You just had to either muscle through it and hope for the best, or try to dodge into smoother lines. And Brett Musick actually had some of the coolest lines through there. Watching him on Friday, I didn't really get to watch him race much from that point on Saturday or Sunday. Okay. But just kind of his line selection, that wily veteran there, he was nailing some pretty cool stuff on Friday there.
Yeah. I mean, obviously great rider there. I think you could argue he's the hottest non-pro in the sport right now. He's slaying it, but the track was, I mean, Redbud is one of the only tracks that we still have on the circuit where there is moments where there's like, man, like, I hope I make it over that hole, or I hope, my quad doesn't fall into that, that rut right there. Like that's one of the only tracks that we really still have that, when I think back to like Millville and stuff of the past where maybe you experienced that. But Redbud was for real. Coming into the weekend, Casey, we were tracking a few storylines, and coming into this penultimate round of 2022, one of which was how evenly matched Redbud has been for Chad Wienen and Joel Hetrick over the years, which is exactly what we'd end up seeing, a moto split, just as you predicted. I believe, Chad Wienen has been so dominant the last 2 years. I have these images in my mind of him just, smashing that whoop section and kind of really using his advantages there. But prior to that, like he hadn't won since 2014. Obviously Joel won, I think 3 in a row at one point in there. Thomas Brown won a race, but they've been very evenly matched. And what made Redbud 2022 so interesting was I was looking at it like it was strength versus strength. Chad Wienen at his favorite track, when he's so strong at, and then he was going up against the best version of Joel Hetrick that we've ever seen, and I felt like we really got that moto split. We saw him go head to head. It was almost like the first moto, second moto were mirror images of each other, just with inversed roles. I thought that we really saw some great racing between those two. You could just watch it, and I saw it on the Rip It Up Films videos yesterday when I was watching them when they came out. But the way that they were basically like sand surfing every corner, keeping their momentum up. It was like they were shadowing each other. I mean, the pace that they were going was crazy. And it really showed with the gap that they were able to build up over some of the other guys in those motos. But I thought that we saw the best versus best between those two, and some awesome racing on Saturday between Joel Hetrick and Chad Wienen.
Yeah, Joel come out, I mean, just unreal the first moto. I mean, he was there to just put it down, and watching him. I mean, I wouldn't like on a stopwatch time in it, but like just watching when they were closer together early in the moto, you could see like Joel leaving the rollers and Chad leaving the rollers. Like Joel was actually pulling on Chad through those, which may be a first in many years, but it really come down to the rhythm that Joel had in it. And he was doubling out, and it was giving him more brake contact to make the corner better. And Chad was manualing out, which would set him further and deeper into the corner. And so the braking chances are a lot less. Obviously, if you can land on a downside and give yourself an extra 2 or 3 foot, it's going to help you stop a lot faster when you're at that speed and that level that those guys are at. So it's just insane to see. And, you know, we've seen it kind of actually just looking at lap times, but I think it come down to just strategize. You know, I did talk to Joel Sunday night, and he said that, you know, there's something eerie and something different about watching from second and you're battling, and you know, like, yeah, I can make this a battle. Actually, Chad had the fastest lap. Watching those two go, and Joel watching him from the passenger seat, say from second, and he said, he's like, I'm thinking about this stuff, and I'm watching these massive rocks hit my machine, and I'm just thinking like, no. And you could see Joel kind of just back it off some and cool it and just get himself a comfortable gap and just kind of start to ride that thing home. And then I think for Joel, I think about halfway or so, when you see him start putting in some lap times that were a little bit faster than Chad and trying to do it, he said, oh, you know what? No, I need to win this moto, maybe. Let's see what we can do. And he closed it back in somewhat, got within a couple seconds of Chad, and then I think reality set back in. Like, I just got to be smart. Like, there's no reason. So it's funny. And talking with Joel, he was pretty open with it. And I think he'd be open with anyone about it. So I don't feel that I can't share it. But I think you're fighting this is what these guys are going through in their heads. Like, they're going that fast. They're fighting one of the most brutal tracks out there. And they're thinking about all these different things while they're doing that. Like, I literally can't play a video game and think about that kind of stuff and not just wad myself to death on a video game. So it just speaks volumes for the athletes they are.
Oh yeah, they're the best of the best, and we saw that. I mean, the pace that those two were running was just crazy. And yeah, it's funny you say that about the rocks, because I was thinking about that too. At one point, it seemed like Joel like slowed down. I watched him look down at his bike at least once or twice, and I'm like, I questioned even in the play-by-play on Facebook. I'm like, man, is Joel having a problem? I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. So I'm glad that was crisis averted there. It was really nothing notable. He was probably just, like you said, doing the math in his head, deciding, his calculated risks there. But yeah, we saw some awesome racing between those guys. They were pushing the pace in qualifying. Joel came out on top there. Joel grabbed the first moto hole shot. They were side by side. He grabs that first moto hole shot, leads wire to wire. And then Chad did flip the script in that second moto. He grabbed the Moto 2 hole shot, and he kind of rode that to that wire to wire win there to claim the overall. And man, Joel was crazy impressive in the first moto. I was impressed with Chad, obviously. In the second moto, it seemed like he had at least another little bit, just a little more pace in that second moto. So we got Chad here waiting in the wings. Let's get him on to chat about his third consecutive Redbud victory and his fourth win in the last 5 events. All right, guys, this next guest is coming off yet another overall victory, making it 3 in a row at Redbud, and he's now won 4 of the last 5 events here in 2022. Brought to you by our friends at Binky's Forever ATC Museum. Welcome back your reigning, defending, undisputed, and 8-time ATV motocross national champion, Redbud winner, Mr. Chad Wienen. Chad, congrats on the most recent W. And I would think after 65 career victories at this point, that one of those Yamaha YFZ 450Rs is going to be added to Binky's collection eventually, if it hasn't happened already, I guess.
Yeah, thank you, Cody. Man, like Binky and I have become friends over the last couple of years, and like I heard that he was getting ready to do like some soft opening possibly soon, and then have a grand opening sometime. And he's talked that he's wanted a machine. He wants a special one. So
okay,
yeah, we'll have to see what comes in the future. See if we can have something like that come about.
Mm-hmm. So how many? And I've seen some of the pictures and stuff of your house there, and your bikes and stuff. But how many have you kept over the years of like the Yamahas? Like how many do you have? A handful?
No, I kept a championship bike from every year
Oh, you
that I
have.
won.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Got it.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay.
So like, I mean, it started off, you know, I absolutely wanted my first one that I got because you don't
Mhm.
know, you know, it's a special one.
Of
And
course.
then, you know, you start really racking them up, and then you get to 8 and you're like, man, I really opened a can of worms by, you know, keeping machines, but it's very special. I need to find like a place to like have them nice.
Mhm.
Like binkies would be pretty cool, I think, but I don't know if I want them to be that far away from me. I don't know. We'll see.
Right. Yeah, I got it. You kind of want to, it's like a trophy kind of, right? Like
Yeah. Yep.
I tell people when that talk about trophies, it's like the trophy is not, that's not the concept. The concept is to look at the trophy and then remember the memories that come along with it. So I'm sure
Yeah.
you look at those different graphics kits and stuff and know exactly what year it was and remember those battles. I'm sure it takes you right back.
Oh, absolutely. Especially the first one. Like we know what all went into it, and not saying that the other ones came easy, but like I would say like, you know, the first one, like 2, 3, 4, and 5, like were kind of a blur. They were almost like a blur to me. And then
Sure.
like these recent ones, like I remember a lot more things about them.
Hmm.
But
Yeah.
yeah, no, it's a really cool. It brings back the memories, and I gotta work. Like I joke around with Max all the time. He's like, dude, you got these things standing up in your garage. Like you need to put them somewhere. I'm like, well, I think it's going to be after I hang up the boots time to like
Hmm.
really be able to do that the way I want it.
Yeah, yeah, I understand that. Hang them from the rafter somewhere or something. That'll be cool.
Yeah.
So before we get into Redbud and this most recent weekend, you've been to Binky's. So before we move on from that topic, you've been there. You've been to the museum, right? So tell me
Mhm.
a little bit about that because like you said, we know that Binky is readying for the soft opening, I believe this month. And yeah, so tell me what it was like when you went to Virginia and checked out the place.
Man, like we were coming from Florida and we were heading to High Point, and I was like, man, I need to do this because it's along the way. It's a little bit like a couple hours out of the way, but I'm like, it's hard for me to just set in stone a special trip just to drive all the way out there because it is about 13 hours out there.
Mhm.
So I was like,
Yeah.
we made it happen, and you know, step onto the property. It's an amazing property that he has there, like overlooking a nice lake that he has, and then he's got these two buildings, and the one is the museum. And man, just walking in the first time and seeing like the photos don't do it justice what they have, like what people have taken,
Mhm.
until you walk in that door and you're like, oh my, like just insane amount of machines and historic history behind them.
Mhm.
And you know, he's you know, and talking to him, he's like, man, like I'm always shopping for things, whether it's you know, trying to find something that's better or more fresh. Like he's always trying to update his collection and make it like very authentic.
Okay.
So like he's got a true passion for that, and man, he like it was great for him to open up his doors and let us come in and check it out.
Yeah, I mean it's amazing. It would be a travesty if he wasn't able to share that with people, right? I mean,
Yeah,
like you're saying, I can't wait to go check it out someday. So
yeah.
if you had to pick out like the coolest thing you saw there, what would it be?
I'll give you like a handful of them. The biggest one I would say was like I would say like Digger Doug's like
Yeah.
DRZ, because I come from like that,
Mhm.
like I come from that kind, like I come into that era.
Yeah.
But like I think seeing like all the Takati quad racers, like you don't see a whole lot of Takati, you know, four wheelers or three wheelers or anything like that. I thought that
Mhm.
that was really cool to see. And then Jeremiah Jones's machine was there. Um, yeah, like there were some other really cool ones that like the 250Rs and stuff like that that he had.
Mhm.
Like I think that's all really cool because you know, it's in my era, and it's like the heritage of our sport like coming
Mhm.
into one.
Yeah.
And like to see all like the really cool, you know, different conversions that people do to different things. And also like the three-wheeler era was a little like it was before me, but it's still really cool to see how, you know, these things worked. You know, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, so obviously, like I think I would have said the same thing. The DRZ powered hybrid that Doug rode and Jeremiah's stuff is incredible, and 250Rs and stuff. But it's got to be cool
Yeah.
to see the evolution of the sport basically all in front of you,
Yeah.
like under one roof. I don't know where
Oh
else
yeah.
you would see, especially a collection that vast. But yeah, that's incredible. I can't wait to see it myself. And that was one thing I wanted to touch on because I did see. Obviously, he's a partner of ours. I think he's a supporter of yours. But then when we saw that soft opening thing, I wanted to be able to touch on that before we got started here. So that's
Yeah.
really special. So a lot of history under one roof there, like I said. And speaking of history, you have a lot of good history at Redbud over the years. So I'll ask you, this is something I kept hearing over the weekend. So was this the roughest Redbud that you can remember?
I believe so, but like I remember different Redbuds that were, let's say, like the rollers were a lot tougher,
Yeah.
where they really got double kicked all the way through them.
Mm-hmm.
But like I think all around as a track, like I think it was pretty gnarly for sure.
Yeah, agreed. I think that you just hit the nail on the head because I thought the track overall was probably on Saturday the roughest that I can remember it, but specifically like the whoops were tougher in the last couple of years. This was not
Yeah.
the toughest whoop section, and we previewed that coming into the race where you had that whoop section so dialed that you just used it as your trump card these last couple of years, and that wasn't necessarily able to be the case this year. They got some big holes in them, but they weren't double lipped like we've seen in recent years.
Yeah, for sure. And you seen the difference between the Friday rollers to the
Mhm.
Saturday,
Yep.
which I was kind of like, man, like I'm surprised they changed them for our race day on Saturday because you'd think that they would make them the biggest that day and then tame them down from
Hmm.
there. And I think they got bigger again on Sunday again, didn't they?
I think they did. Yeah, I think they
Yeah,
did.
just like height wise.
Hmm.
But like, I mean, I definitely was able to like, put my 100% intensity through those rollers like every time because like I knew that if I was getting good runs through there every time, I was able to, spread the gap and just be smooth the rest of the time.
Hmm. Yeah, for sure. So kind of touching on the roller thing then. So one thing I wanted to ask you about, and I had a bunch of people talking to me this past weekend, listeners of our show wanted to hear more about like technique stuff. And so your, standing brute strength style obviously translates perfectly to the legendary track there at Redbud. But even like beyond you, Redbud really seems to lend itself towards riders who like load the front end like you do and like riders like you do. So I'm thinking obviously of you. I'm thinking of Jeffrey seems to ride that way from time to time. And we saw him get that podium this weekend. Max rides that way as well. Like under your tutelage,
Mhm.
he loads the front end. We saw him podium there last year. So I believe, and again, like a track so rough makes sense that kind of technique and riding style would, shine at Redbud. But do you really see that those rough tracks like that, it seems to really like things come a little easier at those tracks because of your riding style and your technique? Is that something that comes easy to you?
Yeah, I mean, it's more natural for my technique and the way that I ride.
Mhm.
It's like like when you say like weighting the front end, like yes, but it's actually just considered like balancing,
Okay.
because like you get it when you get seated on the machine, like through the turns, like you're transferring a ton of weight to the rear end.
Hmm.
So it makes it hard for you to control the front end on where it goes. So like just by, balance, I call it balance on the machine and having that ability to do that because to get that from a seated position to try and like correct that is like really difficult for me because of how much I weigh.
Hmm.
And I think that's why like I think Joel really shines on like the smoother hard pack tracks where like I transfer a ton of weight where he transfers very little weight.
I
So
understand.
he can balance his machine by his suspension
Got
wise.
it. Got it. Yeah, that was one thing that Max even said to me. So you are saying it better there by balancing the machine, but he told me basically with the Yamaha that I was going to find myself more up over the front end, and that's kind of what
Yeah.
you're saying, right? Is balancing the
Yep.
machine.
Yep.
That's why he said that.
Yeah. And like definitely like I think I appreciate the rough tracks because you use more of the track. Like when one line goes gnarly, you move and you move around, you search around to try and miss all those bumps.
Mhm.
Like for instance, like Friday, like walking the track after Friday practice, like man, I was like, I think it'd be so much fun to ride this track and put, you know, a bunch of laps on it. Whether we if we raced on it, I think that'd be like so fun because guys would be far inside, guys would be far outside, trying to find like a good groove that works for their style.
Mhm.
And I think one thing like for Saturday, I don't think we've ever used a berm that far out after the ski jump. You
Yes,
know, like
exactly. Yep.
you know, like that kind of tells you like how the track developed and how much of the track that we were using, you know, throughout the day.
Yeah, and it looked to me, you know, you two specifically, I mean, all the riders are pushing the pace, but you two specifically, you and Joel, were pushing the pace so hard that I think that that's why in some of those corners you were using those far outsides, right? Where you guys just
Yeah.
wouldn't even slow down. It was amazing to watch. And you were what I like typically call like road coursing, right? By keeping your momentum up. It seemed
Yep.
like you said, you guys were doing that more at Redbud than we've ever seen in the past. Even though it was totally whooped out in that line, like you were still railing it.
Yep. Yeah.
So,
Yeah. And just the way and like what was going on after that, you kept the momentum over that double and you're
mhm.
able to get into that turn really well. And it's actually, you know, like for instance, like going into the rollers, like for me, it's all about momentum and just carrying that momentum all the way through and starting with a high momentum pace besides like trying to get going, you know, throughout them because that's where you'll go wrong. Like you need
Mhm.
to try and create that momentum right away.
Mhm. Yeah, yeah, and I think that that's something that kind of gets that adrenaline going too, right? Is committing to that and knowing, hey,
Oh
like
yeah.
I can't let out right now. You know, as you're entering the
Yeah.
whoop section, your only choice is to stay on the gas, and that's just one of those feelings that you really can't mimic anywhere else. At least that's like one of those natural high things for me. I'm going half year speed, Chad, but it's just one of those things that's truly special. Like I wait all year long to hit those whoops at Redbud when they get gnarly like that.
And like the outside line was super whooped up, so that really wasn't working. And then the inside had like you had waves going into them, so we
Yeah.
were like doubling into the turn and
Mhm.
trying to keep momentum that way. And I thought that was really cool. Like this year, I was able to do that like consecutively clean, and
Mhm.
you know, it was like to script the way I would want to do it.
Yeah, yeah, that's awesome. So let's specifically talk about the weekend then for you. So you go 2-1 for the overall first moto. Joel leads wire to wire. You guys were nip and tuck coming out of the first corner there. You were in pursuit the entire time. And then the second moto was inverse. Basically, you lead it wire to wire and claim the moto and overall win. So obviously, like throwing out the points part of this, winning 4 of the last 5 overalls over the course of the last month and a half or a little more than that, 2 months, has to have you feeling pretty darn good at this point, Chad. Like that's a pretty good run.
Oh, for sure. And like, man, like I've been having like a lot of fun riding and training, and you know, when weekends come together the way that you're wanting to,
Mhm.
like, yeah, I wanted to try and get max points this weekend, but I can't take anything away from Joel. Like he was riding great. I was pretty flat the first like 3-4 laps, and then I started to get my groove a little bit. But man, it's a high competition between the two of us, and like we have races where like Brandon Hogue hops in there and stuff like that. Maybe this track didn't really lend itself to him so much,
Mhm.
but like it was a great weekend, and being able to string some wins together like that. And I do know I'm a realist. Like I know that the championship is a stretch, but like I've been able to win a lot of these things. I know what goes into it. Like you got to have things go your way a lot, and if
Mhm.
it doesn't, you got to have riders that make mistakes. And Joel hasn't been making them.
Mhm.
And it's been a great year so far. We got one to go, and I put a good rides on the machine today with Patrick Cherini at my place,
Yeah.
and it's been fun.
Hey, as a competitor, and we've had this conversation before, but as a competitor, you want your uh you want your competitor to show their best too, right? Like
Oh yeah.
like that's what you want. You want to beat,
Yeah.
the other guy at their best. And you've rode that to 8 titles at this point. So you touched on Patrick Chiarini. He's there with you. He's been riding all year long. I've wanted to have him on the show. I didn't know if there would be like a communication barrier. I was told that may be difficult, but talk on how that's been to have him with you this year, at least at the races. I know he's been doing a bunch of traveling back and forth and stuff, but man, I thought he killed it this year to be at these tracks for the first time and racing the stiff competition that we have here in the States. I thought he been really impressive all year long.
Yeah, I think he's been having a great time, and we even spoke on that a couple days ago. This is his first time staying like in between rounds here.
Yeah.
So I think that's been a pretty big hurdle, like traveling back and forth. I just think I would be over it after, round 2 or 3.
Yeah.
And, like finally getting him to stay here and train with me for a week. And, it's an eye opener to him, like riding my place. And he's like riding today. He's like, oh man, like this is intense, and like for me, it's my backyard. So it doesn't really feel that, but like for him coming from Europe and racing there to coming here and, trying to make those adjustments quick on the fly is like really difficult. And I think he's done really well. He's had his ups and downs, of course, but like, I think he's been awfully consistent, knocking on that top 10.
Yeah.
And, we're going to try and see if we can get him, deeper into that top 10, possibly after this round. But I give him a lot of props for what he's doing this year. And I think he'd be a good fit for the show. Like you just probably have to talk a lot slower and be really like emphasize on your words that you're saying and try to keep less words and stuff like that. But I honestly think he'd definitely be down for it.
Good. Yeah. I would love to talk to him because I'm very interested in, what kind of experience he's had here in the States. I want to talk to our Irish friend that was there this past weekend too, just to hear what it's like to, kind of realize a dream for them to come here to the States. So I'm glad that we could touch on that. Another thing I wanted to ask you about, Chad. So after Loretta's, you'll have a little over like 4 or 5 weeks, 5 or 6 weeks right before the Quad Cross of Nations race. So what will your schedule look like between now and then? After Loretta's, will you take a little time off and then hop back into the routine, or what are your thoughts there? What are your plans leading up to the Quad Cross of Nations race?
Yeah, I mean, like after Loretta's, we have the Nations event. It's roughly about a month and a half, or give or take.
Yep.
But I'll probably take a couple weeks off, like maybe just ride a little bit here and there, but definitely take at least a week off the machine and just keep up with my off the machine training and just stay fresh that way. But I feel like if I at least give myself like 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks of like good training on the machine, I feel like I'll be good to go. Like we're really excited for that. It's going to be good to be back there, competing with the best teams in the world. And, we have I guess you'd say a bullseye on us, of course, but it's a good thing because, we've been able to see a lot of riders want to come here and race with us and, get a taste of what it is like here. And I think it's raising their level there. And, it's a really good thing because we want to race the best of the best and be challenged every time we go. And it makes it sweeter, like you said, to win when your competitors are at their best and they're trying everything they can to win.
Well, and I think that we've seen the trickle down effect, right? Of you guys going over there. Now we're having, we had VTech last year. We have Patrick Chiarini this year. We've had some of those guys come from over there and, race us here. And that probably wouldn't happen or it wouldn't likely happen, I wouldn't think, without the Nations race kind of being that bridge, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And, it's really cool to, have those people. And like, I mean, could you imagine, packing up your stuff and be like, I'm going to go race over, across the pond, like that. And, like VTech coming here by himself, like, that's just insane to me. Like,
and he killed it.
Yeah, he did. And like I give everybody props that makes that leap to do that, because we're doing it for one race, and as a team, like we bring a big group of people with us, and it's pretty wild what they do.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, I can't, and I said that to VTech last year. He comes over here, he's like got no mechanic at some of the races. He's all by himself. He's just figuring stuff out. He's living with a random family, right? Like I don't know. It's just wild to think of what he had to overcome, and all these guys. So it's awesome to see. So what do we know about this Czech Republic track? Do you know anything about that, Chad? Is it hard packed? Is it sandy? What are we expecting to see when we get there?
Yeah, like from what I know, it's a hard base, so it won't be like sandy. It'll be very much hard packed.
Okay.
Like probably a small tire track. That's at least what we're prepping for.
Okay.
I had a guy come earlier this year. He's actually from the Czech Republic and races there and stuff like that. And he said, yeah, like it's a lot of ups and downs, like one bigger jump and stuff like that. So it kind of gave me the breakdown, but it's I think from what I know, they say it's a really nice track and facility. And like they said, like they've told us that there are some videos out there. I haven't looked at them, but I always said, like, I'll cross that bridge after our season's done, and that's the next focus.
Got it. So the last thing I want to ask you about the Quad Cross of Nations is, did you happen to see that Walker Fowler says that he would like to be part of the team before it's all said and done? Did you see that?
I did. I think I saw you post something about it.
Well, he had commented on one of our posts about it, right? And then Joel hopped on it and said he'd like to see it. So I wanted to ask you, if you saw it and if you think it'd be a good fit, because like my mind went to at some of those tracks where it's like super deep and sandy and ruddy and whatever.
Oh yeah,
I feel like he would be a perfect fit.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think that, like, his caliber of riding, and I've seen him ride moto before. He rides it really well, especially the ruddy stuff and deep sand. Like, I think he'd be a great fit for it. It's kind of like, it'd be kind of cool. Let's say we got to a point in position where they want to tryouts or something like that, where everybody goes to one track and these are the conditions, what they're going to be like. Go for it.
That would be awesome.
I mean, I think that would be a cool process. I mean, just to give everybody equal opportunity to go. I'm sure, like, we want to send our best team, obviously. And, I think that'd be pretty cool if it came down to, next year, the years to come, to have that opportunity. I think all these riders that would like that opportunity would really jump at that.
Yeah. Can you imagine having a tryout or something like that? That would be so cool to see how that all stacked out. So that's awesome.
And the 25-minute plus 2-lap moto, like I think that would be a breeze for him if he was able to, like, focus on his intensity and just do sprint, from there. Yeah. So I mean, him riding 2 hours is I think that'd be a walk in the park for him.
Yeah, agreed. So that's a fun thing to think about. That would be something that would be cool to see. So Chad, as we kind of finish up here, the last thing I want to touch on, and we were chatting over the weekend and you brought this up to me, that you'd like to talk about some of the old clips that we've been posting on our social media channels, and I have some exciting news. So we have been adding those to our YouTube channel as well. So more people will be able to access them there. But you said that you most wanted to talk about the WPSA races. And before we get into, each one that we kind of posted, I would think that, seeing those has to bring back a flood of, awesome emotions for you, of a truly special time, right? Of getting that first ride with Suzuki. That has to be some of your greatest racing memories, I would think.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Like, when I seen you post some of those, I was like, man, like that. I've been looking for that footage for a long time, and we talked about it this weekend. You're like, I have all the discs for them and stuff like that. I used to have them all. I don't know what happened to them. Maybe I spread them out between my dad's house and my motorhome and stuff like that. But
sure, like, I
mean, I always like to try and look back at that and just be like, man, like that was the heyday of our sport, and just a crop of riders that were there at that time was insane. Like, I could have went to a race and got first, or I could have went there and got 7th or 8th. like it was just depending on how much you brung that weekend. And it's an honor to be able to race in that era, and then to see all the footage and the great things that I was able to accomplish, back then, and, try to keep carrying the torch as long as I can here.
Yeah. And I've said this to you so many times, but the story is so amazing to me. Like I would literally in school, I would write, these little stories, or I would like pretend when I'm riding out in the yard on my quad of like being a privateer. Cause that's the stories that we love, is like being a privateer and then, slaying it as a privateer and then getting a factory ride.
Yeah.
And that's just exactly what you did. And I think that that's why I connected with you, or I cheered for you from day one when you kind of put yourself on the map like that, because that's the story that everybody dreams of, right? Is going out and doing it by yourself and putting yourself on the map and then getting that opportunity. And that's exactly what you did. So I just remember, seeing those pictures of the 44 in yellow on a yellow quad. And it was like, man, this is the coolest thing. This is Hollywood. That's what it felt like.
Oh yeah. I mean, it was like, back being the privateer and then jumping to that team, going from, basically slumming it in the back part of the pits. And then all of a sudden you're front row center, the spotlight's on you. And it's like,
yeah.
And I didn't actually let that bother me. I don't know, like I've been able to keep my focus on, just what I had to do and what I wanted to do. And I didn't have a lot of distractions. I was out there. I didn't have bills to pay. I didn't have all that. I just went on the road, and like, nowadays you definitely changed to, now, like, I have a lot of things that, I have my home here and my family to provide for. And like back then, it's just like, so zero stress, I guess you'd say,
Yeah. Hey, your one concern at the time was trying to take the big check and fit it into the bank.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Like that's, just young and fun. And it's those are cool times.
Yeah, that's awesome. So the first clip that I shared when so I'm going to kind of go through them in order on the way that I shared them. So the first clip I shared was you battling with Doug Gust in a heat race at the opener that year. That was your LTR debut in 2007 WPSA season opener. So what do you remember about that day? Like, what was that like for you coming out on the factory team first day out, and then you're battling with Doug Gust, who's obviously I believe you'd consider an idol of yours, especially at that time. So tell me what that was like, and then what your emotions were like going into and out of those races.
So like coming into that race, there was a AMA event the week before.
Yep.
And that was my first time riding the machine after that race at Etchicani.
I remember that. Yeah.
And, like I believe I said, like, the amount of parts they had like on hand for me to like test all that week and try to get comfortable on the machine. And then rolling down the road to just a little bit further south in Georgia, we come into this place and like we roll in there and it's like Donnie Banks is out there putting a track together and just a field, that's really not a motocross track. And then now he's like turning it into one. And I will say, like, that was probably, granted, it was my first race on that machine, but that track was so rough.
Yes, it was.
Like, dude, it was beat. And I couldn't believe it, like, because, I don't know if it's something about just it being like a fresh, untouched, grounds that it just whooped up that bad. And, I believe if I remember correctly, I pulled a hole shot in my heat race. I believe I was up there on one of those, like, because starts were like my kryptonite,
right?
Even then, like I was even worse than I am now for sure. But and then I pull one, and I was like, man, like I think I can do this pretty good. And then we get to the main, and I pull a pretty decent start, and I'm battling with Doug Gust, and he's been the forefront of this effort with Suzuki, and and I looked up to him a lot, being what he's been able to accomplish in the past, and lining up next to him and having that competition. And, you know, before I know it, I'm passing him. It's almost like it's surreal, to be honest with you, like in that moment, because you're trying to, you're trying to pass this guy and you're like, that guy is number 55, Doug Gust. And
Yeah.
I'm little old, like Chad Wienen out of Galena, Illinois.
Mhm.
Like, you know, so it's actually, I wasn't little, but I was a big boy back then even, but it's a very cool. And I just remember like how hot it was and how rough it was. And, you know, trying to track down John in that race. And we had some problems with the machine. And like, even, you know, we were able to get those, like most of those problems figured out. But like that first year, I either won or I had a problem, you know,
Yeah.
just, I had really good speed and I created a lot more comfort in the machine.
Mhm.
And, you know, it's a fun time.
Yeah.
Really.
Yeah, for sure. So the reason why I kind of wanted to hear about that race was, and I know you had done well at Walnut in the years prior and you had some flashes. I know that you were super fast that spring on the Honda still. But like you just said, battling with Doug Gus, battling with some of those guys, being at the front of the pack, at the, you know, the tip of the spear, like you like to say, race in and race out was a new thing. So you kind of, I'm sure you have to like make that mental shift too. Just like you said, now you're
Yeah.
not looking at Doug Gust like, whoa, Doug Gust. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
you're like, you're still looking at him that way, but I imagine you're like, man, I got to go beat that guy, you know? So,
Yeah.
so that's a mental shift too. And that's what interested me about that.
Yeah. And like what went on like in that off season, like I can't explain it. I just had a big focus on, you know, riding and training and trying to make myself better. I can't say that like anything clicked, but I think it was just the amount of workload that was put in.
Okay.
And it wasn't like, I say this a lot sometimes, that everything started to slow down. Like you start to see things in slow motion where you feel like you're passing people in slow motion. You're able to set them up and carve where you want. And, you know, when you start seeing it that way, that's when you're at your best.
And you think that just was sparked from just putting in a ridiculous amount of work?
Yep, yep. And, you know, just having that workload, like I think the amount of workload that I did back then to what I do now, like I think I'd bury myself in the ground right now.
Sure. Yep.
Like I was doing like 30-minute motos. I'd get off and I'd run the track, or if my machine broke, I would start pushing it around the track. You know, like it was just like uh it was just relentless. And
Uh-huh.
I recovered like that, you know, no problem. I recover fine now, but like if I put in heavy days like that now, where I'll just put myself into a hole, and it's like I need to take like a week off or two of doing nothing to try and get back.
Right. So I feel like some of those younger riders go through that. I don't know how, I mean, I know some of those guys work very hard. And sometimes I
Yeah,
think like, man, maybe you're just going a little too hard. Like, you know,
yeah,
like
oh
maybe, you
yeah,
know, go easy on your stuff. You don't got to run yourself into the ground. And some of those guys are made
yeah,
up that way, that they're just work harder. But yeah,
yeah.
I don't know. You had the perfect balance back then. Whatever buttons you pushed, man, they were perfect.
Yeah. I mean, I've always talked with Thomas, like, even throughout his career, like, this dude would ride like 6 days a week or something like that. And I'm like, Thomas, you need to rest. Like, he's like, I know you say that, but like, I feel better if I ride more. Whether he's like, I feel more comfortable going to the races if I ride on a Thursday and then we race on Saturday. You know, like I like to have
Mhm.
that feel. And I get that at times. But like, you know, to be honest with you, Cody, like we had we have a month off from the 4th of July race.
Yeah. Basically
Like
three weekends. Yep.
yeah, I rode 5 times.
Oh, wow.
My 5 times that I rode were heavy days. Like they were like basically pro mock days. Like
Race
you're
day.
riding, you know, race
Yep.
day.
Yep.
Like, but I feel like now, like you get to this point of the year, like you got like such a platform built that as
Mhm.
long as you're on your off the machine training, for me, that if I put in good days and strong days, so I don't forget that strain that you put on your body towards the end of the moto, that I'm better if I do that now than if I put in, say, 12 rides, in between races.
Yeah, well, I think that's a great thing for some of those younger riders to hear, because I think that that's I don't know what word I'm looking for, but some of those lighter days are not in their vocabulary.
It's quality, not quantity.
There you go. That's perfect.
Yeah,
that's a perfect way to say it. So next clip I want to talk about, Chad, was actually jumping to the finale that year. So you were in, I don't know, when I pulled the clip up, right, you were in 4th or something, and you were behind Natalie, Creamer, and Wimmer, your teammate. And remember, Wimmer was gunning for the title that day. He was kind of behind Natalie, needed to beat him. So the interesting part with that one to me is, you kind of are waiting, it looks like you're kind of shadowing Dustin, and then you decide like, hey, it's time to go. And I was wondering if there was any team orders or what the scoop was with that. So take me inside your helmet as you pass your teammate when he's trying to, push for a title. You go on to pass all these guys late in the race and win the thing. So tell me about that day.
Yeah. I want to say, I can't remember if it was a doubleheader weekend or what exactly it was there.
I don't know if it was a doubleheader. I just remember it as the finale. And, but I don't think it was a doubleheader. I don't think so.
But so I believe we were in like either a heat race or something like that, and Dustin was in mine. It wasn't that same race, but we were racing, and I was out front, and you got points for, I think, your heat race too.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And like, I remember seeing my pit board, like, let 191 by and stuff like that. And I'm like, man, like, and I wait till the last turn to let them by.
Yeah, I remember this. Okay, I remember this. Now that you say this, I remember this. And then I remember the clip of you two talking to each other after the race. They showed that. So keep going.
Yeah. So like that happened, and one of the bosses at Suzuki was very, very fired up about that, because I think he thought that I wasn't going to pay attention and not let him by. Okay. But I ended up letting him by. Like, we talked this through, and I'm like, yes, I'm okay to, try to be a part of the team and do that. And I said, if we get into the main, and Dustin is not progressing forward with, such and such laps to go, I'm going. And they agreed with that. And
okay.
So we got going during the main event there, and like I'm shadowing Dustin there for a while, and he's not able to really push his way through. Mm-hmm. And eventually I just, like, my mechanic, gave me the sign at pit board, like, time to go forward. So we started that, and like, I just put on a full on sprint all the way through to try and pass those guys and get to the front. Was able to make a pass on Dustin, and then a little bit later on to pass John. But like, man, like, I think that's the coolest feeling in the world, where you can sit behind guys where they're riding their freaking tails off, mm-hmm. and I'm able to grab another gear and pass them and leave them. Like, that's like, I've never thought that I would have that feeling, but like, there, I think I had like the mentality, because I had nothing to lose, where like those guys, like Dustin, had to go forward if he wanted to get a championship, but he just wasn't able to like push past that barrier. And like, I think it helped him once I got by him and showed him some of my lines, where mm-hmm. it gave him a chance to go after John.
Yeah, that's fascinating to me to hear about that, because I was trying to figure out if you made this decision like yourself, like, screw it, I'm going, or if you got team orders. But it's fascinating to me to hear that, because you're kind of saying exactly what I was thinking. I'm like, Chad had to have been thinking like, I gotta go, screw it, I'm going. And that way you were able to just sprint till the end and push it to the limit, because prior to that, it was like, it wasn't necessarily in your control, right? So as soon as it was in your control, you just grabbed another gear.
Yeah, I mean, and then like, also, like, being that young and like kind of like wide open, as I'd like to say, just like being that there was a lot of money to be made then, and
Yeah.
also like I didn't want to piss off the team that was helping me out and
Yeah.
taking care of everything. And but man, like those times are like some of like they're like imprinted into my mind where I can just remember those, like that moment. Like when I see that clip, I'm like, oh wow, like that is like I remember so much on that day.
Yeah, that's amazing. That's amazing. This is so much fun, Chad. So, I also shared your very first pro class overall win, which came in your home state there of Illinois at I think it was called like South Fork Dirt Riders or something, right in Taylorville, Illinois.
Taylorville.
Yep, Taylorville. That's what we always called it too. So I remember that day as the day that Suzuki swept the podium, right? And Russell Shoemaker was up there too. I think he got like fourth or fifth, and Havisto was up there as well, right?
Yeah.
So tell me about that day. That was a special one. I could see the emotion on your face, obviously, after the races. Just amazing to think about. You've had 65 of those things now, and that was the very first one. So tell me about that.
Man, just especially being in my home state, I really didn't ride there like much at all. I want to say that was maybe my first time or second time. I think my second time racing there. I think I've been there one other time as a full-on privateer.
Because it was out west. It was like near Missouri.
Yeah, very far south. That was probably, I think it was close to like 4.5, 5 hours away.
Sure. Okay. Yep.
Yeah. But yeah, like racing that event, like getting like a very, very good start, because I was coming off of an event that we had out in, it was in Oklahoma at, can't remember that track that we went to. It was like really red clay. Cooperland.
Yep.
And I probably had one of my worst showings on the Suzuki like that day.
Okay.
And I was like, man, like I was very motivated to do well and try to bounce back and do big things, and pulled a great start. Made quick passes on like I believe it was it Shoemaker in front of me at one point? Doug
could have been Doug.
Wimmer.
Yep, Doug was definitely in front of you. I believe Wimmer was as well.
And then
yep.
Dustin Nelson.
Yes,
I believe.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, he was. So what was so one thing I do want to touch on when talking about this race is on the broadcast, they're talking about the officials possibly pulling you off the track.
Oh my God.
because you don't have your goggles on anymore. So It was perfectly dry. So why did you lose your goggles? And I thought it was hilarious that they thought about and at the time, because I was a kid, right? So I was in the 300EX class at the time. But was there like some questions about like, are these referees, like, are they going to make right decisions on things? Was that a concern at all too? Like, tell me a little bit about that.
No, honestly, like watching the broadcast, I'm like, what are they talking about? Why would they yank me off the track? Like,
but then I'm like, do they know that little? That's what my mind went to.
I think that the people that were in the booth, I think they were like, this is dangerous, don't do this. But I don't think they knew like the rules. Like if it was a mud race, you'd see so many people pull their goggles.
Exactly.
But I believe like, it was kind of dusty then and stuff like that. So I think I took on like some roost, and I really like took some underneath, and it went up into my goggles.
Got it.
And I had dirt floating around inside my goggles, and I just ripped them. And I'm like, once I got out front, I waited till I got out front to do that. But because like I think I got a photo where like right after the race, like I'm sitting there with my mechanic, and you can see like dirt like speck, because I was like sweating so much. I had dirt like speckles all the way around my eyes.
Okay.
And but yeah, I think like I ran Scott goggles back then, and they were very notorious for like letting dirt inside in my eyes, because I don't know if they just didn't fit my face very well or didn't fit my helmet, one of the two. But like that was because I changed helmets from like I ran One Industries that year, and then we went to Arai, and they fit better into the Rye helmet than it did the One Industries helmet.
Got it. So I remember that time period too, and wearing the same goggles you were or whatever, and thinking the same thing. I'm like wiping the inside of my goggles and I got dust on the inside. I'm like, what the heck is this? But crazy to think about that. These announcers and they were good announcers, but they didn't know. They didn't know motocross, so.
What was it? Tetsuo?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah. Like really great announcer. Like even like, cause I was really into extreme sports and him doing the X Games and stuff like that. Like, man, like I remember just staying up and watching the X Games like when I was younger, and then all of a sudden he's our announcer. Like it was legendary.
Yeah. So just listening to these two guys talk about, do not try this at home. This is not safe. Is Chad Wienen going to get penalized for this? All these things. It was just wild to think about it added to the drama, I guess, or added to the story, if nothing else.
I'm really glad I didn't go down that road of getting penalized.
Can you imagine?
The first one ripped away from you for sure.
Yeah. Okay. So I have one more clip to chat about here. It came from Daniel Boone that same year, 2007. This is the one where you set up Natalie. I thought it was so cool to watch because you're setting him up on the outside, in the corner before the table for two double there. And then you end up sneaking up the inside when he's trying to cover the outside. I thought that was so much fun to watch. So tell me about that a little bit.
Yeah, that was like I remember that one very well. Just there was a bunch of people that were hanging out on the outside there, and they were just like, I was the only guy going up there, just going high and just ripping around that thing, and they were up there cheering, loving it. I'll come by and I'll just roost all over them. And then every time I came around, they were like right up there at the fence, and like like with John's like the smartest rider that I've ever like raced against, where he can pinpoint where you're going to be and where you could be going. And like that day, like being able to outsmart him, like at that point, because I wasn't like, this is not my first year, but like my first year running at that sharp end of the spectrum there. And being able to be smart enough and patient enough to keep ripping that line. And then I see him like the lap before, he really like crept out, like he was covering it to make me check up a little bit. And I got a really good run on him through the rollers, followed him really tight down through like the step down double and up the hill. And I gave him like, I kind of gave him like a little bit of like panic rev, and he jumped out to that line again, and I cut down underneath, and it was just like, that Suzuki could turn so well, and just the way it hooked up that hill and around that turn, and it was just like probably one of my best passes that I've ever made.
Well, I just thought it was so cool that you set it up. It's not that you just passed him in the moment, right? You set him up laps earlier, running the outside. He starts to cover it, and then you sneak up the inside. It was just the perfect move.
Yeah, I like looking back on that one. That one really, like watching that clip really like made me excited to like, because I was like, I knew it was coming, and I'm like, oh yeah, he's crept out there, and I'm like, the next lap I'm coming in, I'm gonna dive. And like I honestly was like in awe, because a lot of the times when I got behind John like that, I got stuck. Like I couldn't get past him. So being able to do that, and then it was a doubleheader weekend, and I won both those races that weekend. And like, I mean, I'll give you like some numbers, like, that was like a $25,000 to $30,000 weekend, when I won that weekend, like it's insane of what the ability was and back then. And let's say if Doug probably did that, he'd probably double what I was making, like, so it's pretty cool, like, to have that and be able to live through that.
That's incredible. That's why I really love sharing the clips that have you in it. And this is so much fun to hear you talk about this, like all these years later. But I love sharing the clips with you in it because you're the holdover from that era yet. But you're the only one. So that's why every day you assume that people find our sport or people find, our podcast or whatever. And I want them to know too, even if it's just one person, I want them to know, like, hey, like how badass, things were back then. Like we still got this one guy that's still doing it. It's amazing.
Yeah, no, it was an awesome era to live through. And it's like when T Brown left, like he was one of the guys that I didn't necessarily grow up racing with him, but like, let's say I started racing with him and, first time I met him was like 2004 at Cody Miller's house down in Texas.
Okay.
So like first time meeting him, it was pretty early on, but like him racing, like he's still like 4 or 5 years younger than me.
Mm-hmm.
But like, yeah, it's wild being the last one left in that era. And it's very cool because a lot of these guys reach out to me and from that era, and they're like cheering for me because they want me to continue doing it and continue to do well. And like, because these guys were my idol back then, and I looked up to them. I remember looking through dirt wheels and reading the articles, cutting out their magazines and put them on my wall, like that sort of thing. So like, that's really cool, to have them reach out to me, and it's a blessing.
Yeah, it really is. I can't imagine what that feels like, but that's amazing. And I'm sure that they're all cheering for you. You're one of them, and they're like, stick it to the kids, keep holding them off, kind of thing. But it's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy. And again, I have never raced, never like diced it up with Chad Wienen or anything. When you and I were both racing the pro class at the same time, I had from this year, from 2007, I had like I don't know what it would have been, like a I don't know, 18 by 24, like big ass picture of you on a Suzuki right next to my bed. Like still as I was racing the pro class against you, it's just funny how it works. So I can relate with everything you're saying, that, these guys were your idols and stuff like that. That's just an awesome thing to hear about. But man, that was so much fun to hear about those races. And I have a lot more that I can share down the road. So maybe as we look to the fall here, maybe we can do this a little bit more. This has been so much fun, and to see the smile on your face, Chad, as you're reliving these memories. It's a truly special thing.
Yeah, I mean, I had a great time doing that with you, and like reliving those memories is like, because like everybody's like, we're very like future based, like looking into the future, and sometimes you got to sit down and just think about like the footsteps that you made and just enjoy like the things you've been able to accomplish, and the people that you meet along the way.
Yeah, I think couldn't have said it any better myself. So as we look to, like I said, as we go into the fall here, we'll look to do that a little bit more. That'll be a lot of fun. And speaking of fall, Chad, is Graham Mertz going to take a step this season? Are we going to see a step from Graham Mertz and the Wisconsin Badgers? I would really like to see that, Chad.
It would be nice. They're about due to have a stellar season, and like I'm excited. I hope to make it to a game and check them out. But man, like I'm excited to see what they got and see what they can provide this year.
Man, he was so good in that very first game as a freshman, Chad. He just baited us in. He just baited us in with this perfect passer rating game against I think Illinois, and then the wheels just fell off since then. I feel like.
I mean, everybody deals with pressure in a different way. Like when you're thrown to the wolves, there, like you're working off of instincts, and so hopefully we can pull some magic out of them this year and bring the fight to it.
Yeah. So Chad, I can't mention football without reminding you that we're a little over a month away from opening day. NFL, Vikings, Packers. So it's on, Chad. I think that I think that, you guys got Zadarius Smith now, former Packer. You're trying to be a little bit more like the Packers. But yeah, that should be a lot of fun too. It's every time though, Chad, you only message me when the Vikings win. The Vikings, Packers win against the Vikings. I don't hear from Chad Wienen. If the Vikings upset the Packers, I do hear from Chad Wienen. It happens every time.
Like, we don't have the titles to talk about, or anything like that. So when we do things big to a big team like that, right. I gotta chirp a little bit to you. But I think this year, Nicolas Cage there at the Packers, aka Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
I think we're gonna be bringing some heat on him this year. So I'm excited to see what we can bring, and I think we have. First game is this weekend, isn't it?
Yeah, literally on the TV right now is the Hall of Fame game.
Is it tonight? Jeez.
Yeah.
So football season's around the corner. I'm excited. I'll be able to kick my feet up a little bit and watch some football on Sunday, I hope.
Yeah, it's so much fun. So yeah, it'll be fun to watch, and like I said earlier, just fun to relive all of this stuff with you, Chad. It's a blast. It's crazy for me, Chad, because you were, as you looked at Doug Gust or name whoever, like that's how I looked at you. So now to be able to consider you a friend, to have conversations like this, and then conversations we can share with, other people that, enjoy you and these memories as much as I do, is just it's a truly special thing. So I appreciate your time so very much. I appreciate it so much, Bill.
Absolutely. I enjoy it too, Cody. Question for you. Are we gonna, mosey down to Loretta's next weekend?
Yeah, we're in.
Right.
Yeah, the quad's ready to go now, Chad. So we're at the races now. Now the thing's ready to rip.
Like, how was the weekend for you?
It was good. I felt better every time I was on the racetrack. So that was good for me. Quad is amazing. It blows me away every time I ride it. And I've been saying this, but the length of the gears is impressive to me, just based on the Honda having shorter gears. But the biggest thing that stands out to me is that rear end on that thing is ridiculous. Yeah. That linkage setup is ridiculous. And now I haven't really rode it on anything that's harder packed. They keep saying on the dirt bike coverage that Loretta's is harder packed this year than it's been over any of the last 10 years. So excited to see if that's how it is. I would love to see a little blue groove or something down at Loretta's and see how it feels on a hard pack track. But yeah, I've had a blast with the thing, and I can't thank you enough. You and Danica have been awesome to me as I put this thing together. And my only regret is that I didn't do it a little sooner. It's just been so much fun to ride. So just really enjoying the ride right now. And we put out the guide, so hopefully a few more people can follow in my footsteps, just as I followed in yours on moving to the Blue Crew ride. It's been a lot of fun.
I'm glad we could help. I did notice the photo that you posted today. It looked like you're really clean. So did you rip a hole shot, or?
I didn't. No, I didn't.
No?
I didn't get either hole shot. I think I started in like 4th or 5th or something in each moto. But yeah, I got up to 2nd. Brett kicked my butt pretty good, but hopefully, he's in mid-season form, so I got no shame in losing to him or anything. But yeah, hopefully we can get a little closer at Loretta's, and I'm going to change my gearing a little bit. I think gonna go maybe a little bigger in the rear, but yeah, maybe that can help me get a little bit better starts. But yeah, it's been an awesome experience. I told you over the weekend that it's a spark. I rode Hondas for 15 years or whatever. So it's just a lot of fun, and it felt like home right away. I mean, the thing feels so good. It felt like home right away. So it's been an awesome experience.
Yeah. Well, good word. We'll see you down there.
Sounds good, Chad. Thanks so much for joining us, and we'll see you next week.
All right. Later, Cody.
You're the man. That's Chad Wienen right here on the Digging Deep ATVMX podcast, brought to you by Binky's Forever ATC Museum. Have a good night, pal. We'll get right back to the show, but now a word from our sponsors. And thank you for listening to these ads. Without these great companies, none of this would be possible. Show your support for the people who support us. We used to speak of a CST takeover, but now 2022 is the year of CST supremacy. CST's Pulse MXR tires are the choice of Joel Hetrick, Jeffrey Rastrelli, and Nick Janusa, meaning CST tire riders are in contention for pro class wins and a possible podium sweep every time they hit the racetrack. CST tires are also the official tire choice of the Digging Deep ATVMX podcast, but you already knew that. I, your host Cody Jansen, helped pioneer the CST takeover with Pulse MXR fronts and white label soft compound rears on my way to back-to-back national championships and a pro sport podium to cap off the 2021 season. The Pulse MXR tire, available in soft and standard compounds, offer the highest level of traction, most predictable cornering, and superior wear characteristics when compared to the competition. Did I mention they offer contingency payouts as well? Visit shop.CST Tires to join the CST takeover today or prepare to be beat by someone who did. Joel Hetrick, Jeffrey Rastrelli, Nick Janusa, myself, and so many more believe and trust in CST Tires. Do you? You already know we're Team Blue Crew now more than ever here at the Digging Deep ATVMX podcast. And whether it's 8-time and reigning ATVMX Pro Class National Champion Chad Wienen, who with his next championship will become the winningest champion in ATV motocross history, or 7-time and current XC1 Pro ATV GNCC National Champion Walker Fowler, who is now tied for second all-time in titles won, it's clear the podium-proven Yamaha YFZ 450R is the winning choice of sport ATVs. This continued and unprecedented success for the Yamaha YFZ 450R, its unrivaled quality and performance, and the undisputable fact that Yamaha is the leading OEM supporter of ATV racing has resulted in an ever-growing Yamaha takeover within the sport quad market. Best yet, Yamaha's Blue Crew Racer Support Program is back and stronger than ever here in 2022, meaning Yamaha riders will once again cash in on payouts and prize opportunities, including a chance to win a brand new YFZ 450R. For more info, head over to YamahaBlueCrew.com, follow them at Yamaha Outdoors on social media, and check out Yamaha's full proven off-road lineup at YamahaOutdoors.com today. SSI Decals is a name synonymous with ATV racing, synonymous with big-time success, and absolutely synonymous with the best-looking decals around. An offshoot of their parent company that was established in 1947, SSI first took shape from owner Ian Harris's passion for ATVs. With what started as just making numbers and decals for riders like Chad Wienen, the company quickly took off, and today you couldn't imagine ATV motocross without SSI decals. The graphics maker and designer now supports all the top teams in ATV motocross, as well as teams and riders racing GNCC, Work Series, Pro Motocross and Supercross, Canadian Pro Motocross, short course off-road trucks, UTVs, snowcross, and, oh yeah, 6-time world champion top fuel drag racer Clay Milligan. No project is too big or too small for SSI decals, making your identity stick with championship level graphics. Head over to SSIDecals.com today and then maybe call the doctor because things are about to get sick. The Digging Deep ATVMX podcast is brought to you in part by DID and their wide range of championship winning chains. From the street to the track and everywhere in between, DID chains are designed to give you the optimal riding experience with great performance and increased chain life. Consistent to the core, pick up your box of reliability today. DID, what drives you?
We are proud to be partnered with Namura Technologies. Since 2001, Namura has led the charge in the ATV and side-by-side market, covering more applications than anyone else in the industry. Namura's advanced piston technology uses a NASA-exclusive aluminum alloy that helps to reduce expansion rates, allows for tighter tolerances, and leads to higher overall engine performance for your machine. For more information about Namura's wide offerings of pistons, rings, gaskets, industry-leading top-end repair kits, and recently added connecting rods, visit your local dealer or online at www.namura.com. Namura Technologies, your one-stop shop engine component supplier. We are pleased to be partnered with Bronco ATV and UTV components. Bronco has been an industry leader in replacement hard parts and accessories for all makes and models for over 15 years. With a catalog that includes a full line of electrical components, engine internals and cylinders, shock and suspension parts, winches, clutch kits, valves, carb kits, bearing kits, and drive chain parts, Bronco is your hard parts source for whatever you need, for whatever you ride. Available exclusively through distributors around the world, visit your local dealer or online at broncoatv.com.
Forworks Carbon's innovative lightweight products include top-notch seat covers, carbon fiber and plastic hoods, gas tank covers, exhaust shields, shock guards, and much more. Whether you have an ATV, UTV, or snowmobile, Forworks has the goodies that will improve your ride and make you salivate. We trust Forworks for increased function and a sexier look, and you should too. Forworks Carbon, always working hard to bring high quality and innovative parts to the market. Check them out today at fwcarbon.com.
All right, back here with Casey Greek on the Digging Deep ATVMX podcast, talking Redbud 2022. And Casey, hard to believe we only have 2 motos remaining in this crazy 2022 season. Joel Hetrick maintains a 28-point lead heading into the finale, and he could legitimately wrap this thing up in the first moto or following the first moto at Loretta's, Casey.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that's it's huge for him. And, I think Joel's turned into a little bit of a numbers guy. So I think he's wanting to try to knock that down and get it done the first moto. And I think the way it boils down is if Joel was to finish second the first moto at Loretta's, he would have it wrapped up because it'd give him 25 points. There's not a way technically to lose 25 points right now because of, the amount of guys that we have in the class. Yep. So I think he would still end up winning the championship, if he was dead last or something. Worst case scenario, it would be, in the second moto, he would still probably have a 7 or 8 point lead to lock the thing up completely. So I think the goal is to go out at Loretta's. And I think if the start's there, I guess this is just me thinking, this isn't nothing factual by any means, but it's just me thinking, I think if I was in the situation and then I was, at my prime, like these 2 guys are, I think you go out and you try to get the start. If the start's not there, you settle in for second. Mm-hmm. You don't put yourself into any kind of risky situation. And not that I feel like if Joel tried to make a pass on Chad, say, I don't think Chad's going to go for the kill type of thing, or kill might be a little harsh word, but like the takeout or something shady like that. I just don't see that out of Chad. He's too professional for that stuff.
Yep.
But you just don't put yourself in that position. You don't try to make a pass. You definitely don't try to make a pass around the outside. You just play it smart. You ride it in, you lock the thing up, and then you can go out in the second moto and you can do whatever you want. You could ride around with your finger in there and celebrate for the entire moto if you want, or you can go out and try to win the thing and, just prove a point and get that next overall. I think as of right now, if Chad was to win the overall at Loretta's, that would actually tie them on overalls. It'd be 5-5.
Yep.
I think Joel might have a couple more moto wins to his name for the year, but, I think for Joel, he wants to make it that 6-4 and have more moto wins and kind of put the exclamation point on the championship for him. I think that's probably what he's looking at, and I foresee that's kind of a good chance of the way things could go. Mm-hmm. I mean, but that's why we race. We have no idea. We can't tell the future.
Yeah, for sure. So it's crazy Joel has been on an absolute another level this year. And it's crazy to think how, absolutely like ridiculously consistent Joel Hetrick has been this season. So wrap your head around this. I have some numbers here. So Chad Wienen has won 4 of the last 5 events. During that 5 event stretch, he actually lost points to Joel Hetrick. That's how consistent Joel has been. So Chad made up 1 point at Ironman when he won in the mud there. He made up 1 point. He won at Sunset Ridge, but they tied in points, split motos. At Briarcliff, that was the backbreaker during the stretch for Chad, of course, when he lost 8 points with 3-2 moto finishes. Max outlasted him there in that first moto. He actually made up 6 points with the sweep at Pleasure Valley, and then they tied again this weekend at Redbud. But isn't that crazy? 4 overalls in the last 5 events. But Joel was so consistent during that time that he actually, Chad Wienen, that is, actually lost a point during that stretch. That's how good Joel Hetrick has been. He's been the one that's been the picture of consistency this year, when maybe in years past or whatever, we'd see Joel have an issue or two. I mean, Chad Wienen, the separator really at this point is that 5th at the opener for him at the bad start at Daytona. The second race that we had in Texas, he had that little get off where he stuffed it in a berm and ended up 4th in a moto and ended up 3rd overall. And then getting 3rd in a moto at Briarcliff. Like, it's those little things that have added up to a 28-point advantage for Joel Hetrick. And Joel Hetrick has been 1 or 2 in every moto every week. And, it's swelled to a 28-point lead going into the finale. It's just crazy though, to think that how consistent he's been. And again, he stopped the bleeding. Chad on paper won 4 of the last 5. You'd think he'd made up a bunch of points, and he didn't at all. So it's really just crazy to see where Joel Hetrick has gotten. He's on an entirely new level than we've ever seen him at this year.
Yeah. And it's exactly, and I can't remember the year. I want to say maybe 17. I can't remember it, but it somewhat kind of went like this. I think Joel had an issue at Texas and ended up 5th or 7th overall. And then he had another small issue somewhere else. And then Joel won on absolute tear, but he wasn't making up any points. And he's winning overall. I think he ended up winning 6 or 7 overalls that year. He was winning all the first motos, and then Chad would step in and win the second moto. They were splitting, or no, it's vice versa. Chad would win the first moto, Joel would win the second moto. Yep. Joel would win the overall, get the purse money type of thing, but he wasn't making up any real points because of the way the point system works and just their flip-flopping motos constantly. And it's kind of gotten to that same thing. I mean, if you take, this thing would be even closer if you take out that 5th and that 3rd for Chad. And that's crazy to think that those are actually pivotal moments in the series.
Right.
But when you look at Joel's record, I mean, it's just 1 or 2. Mm-hmm. It's 1s and 2s. It's all he's got there. And his consistency is just huge. And I think when Joel came off the track at Daytona, and this is something I'll probably never forget, he wasn't happy that he won the race. I mean, he was happy, obviously, that he won on the race. But what he was the happiest about, in all honesty, because I think that race has bit him enough times, it's like he's either wins or he has a catastrophic day. Mm-hmm. He looked at us, and we're all standing there congratulating him, and he's like, how's that for consistency? How's that for being mature? How's that for watching how you ride? Like, that's what the first things he said. And it wasn't like he was just saying it to be a smart ass. Like, he was saying that with passion. Yeah. Because I think there's times that he's heard it so many times, oh, you need to be more consistent or whatever, not even from his inner group. I think all of us know, like, when Joel goes to the line, like, it's all out. Like, everything's on there, and that's why he's as good as he is. But I think he's just heard it from the world around him, not his inner group so much. And I think for him, he proved that to himself. Mm-hmm. And I think that was a huge thing. And then I think that set the tone for him for this entire year. And obviously we can see that.
Oh yeah. He just, to think that he got as much better as he did from last year to this year is a crazy thought, because, last year he's, obviously arguably the best or one of the best in the world. And now we have him at a whole nother level. So kind of like you just said, tying that up, to think that for Chad Wienen, a 5th at the opener, a 4th in a moto, and a 3rd overall in Texas, and then a moto in Ohio where Max Lindquist was able to hold him off, that those 3 instances were, I mean, it doesn't sound catastrophic, but it basically was catastrophic. That's all it took for Joel to get that giant lead. And then, like you said, he's been so consistent, but that's how great Joel Hetrick has been this year. If not for those 3 instances, it's probably be single digits. But that's not the way that the story is going to go down. So another storyline, Casey, the most interesting battle to watch, I would say, and I said that on our little preview that we did on the last episode, was the battle for 3rd, the 3rd place battle at the event. And obviously the top 3 in points standings battle as well. We saw some epic battles between these guys this weekend. Brandon Hogue came in the driver's seat by podiuming 3 of the last 4 races, and he exited in the driver's seat as well from Redbud. He actually extended his points lead from 7 to 10 over 4th place, despite not making the podium this past weekend. 4-4 for Brandon Hogue. And the story in the battle for 3rd really changed by the moto. So Nick Janusa looked better than ever in qualifying. Then he followed that up by, basically being in his bag. I said on social media in Moto 1, Nick passed both Brandon Hogue and Jeffrey Rastrelli on his way to grabbing the 3rd place position and running away with it in that opening moto. So before we move on to Moto 2, Nick Janusa was solid, was awesome all day. But I think, honestly, that first moto might have been, and we've seen him podium, we've seen him, have some totally in control races. I remember Sunset Ridge last year, I believe it was last year. He was just 3rd place all day, smashed it. He killed it. But man, that first moto, to pass Brandon Hogue, to pass Jeffrey Rastrelli, to run off on those guys and be the clear cut 3rd fastest guy in the moto. It's worth mentioning here because he freaking slayed it. Ends up 5th overall. We'll get into that, but man, he was awesome. Nick Janusa was awesome on this day at Redbud.
Yeah. I mean, and he had the vibe all day. I mean, it was like the first qualifier. He went out and was on spot. And then I truly didn't think there was no way the second qualifier was going to end up faster. And then those guys all clicked the lap times. I'm like, it's going to get rougher. Like, the ruts are going to be deeper. You guys are going to get drugged down more. There's no way There's even some things that we did and like made some like not crazy calls, but just trying some stuff different for the second qualifier. Just because I thought it was going to be the same as what the first qualifier was, and the times weren't going to go down, and they did. I was proven wrong right away because it just seemed like those guys were doing it. But no, Nick rode awesome. He sent me a text Saturday night. I didn't get to see him after the moto, and like he was kind of bummed, and I'm like, dude, what were you bummed out about? Like that's the best you've rode all year. He, like you said, he passed Brandon, he passed Jeffrey, and checked out on those guys. And when he did it, he almost made it look effortless. I'm like, man, at one point I'm looking at it and I'm kind of watching lap times and I'm seeing him pick up his aggression. I'm like, he could make a bid for Chad at some point, possibly, because he was riding that good. I mean, he kept after the moto, he was pretty stoked up and he's like, yep, Sandman. He's like, this is what I ride all the time. Like he was all fired up. Mm-hmm. And, I hate to see him not end up with that podium this year, or so far this year. There's still another chance here, but, you can look at his results. They've just consistently, gotten better, and he's riding this battle for third through sixth, really. I mean, they're tight. I mean, it's getting a little bit more open. I mean, Brandon put himself in a good position this weekend, made up a little points. He's got a 10-point cushion now with 2 motos to go, so it's a little bit different. But they're still, Jeffrey, Bryce, and Nick are tight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got the same message or the same feeling from Nick after the races. I think it was Saturday night or Sunday. He shoots me a message out of the blue and basically says, he's bummed how it all played out. And I'm sure any competitor is going to feel that way, right? After you smash it in the first moto, you kill it, you get third, you run through the top competitors in that grouping, and you obviously are thinking, hey, I'm going to go do it again in the second moto and grab a podium. So I understand that podium is so important, such a big deal to these guys, and rightfully so. But he still killed it on the day. So in Moto 2, that trio flip-flopped. So basically they created a 3-way tie for third in points, where Nick would end up 5th overall, like we said, with 3-5 scores. Brandon, he goes 4-4. So he again tied in points with Nick Janusa there. And then Jeffrey matches them in points as well, but he grabs the podium spot on the day with 5-3 moto finishes, getting the tiebreaker there in that second moto. And man, was that second moto impressive for Jeffrey Rastrelli. And at the midway point, and I said this to Jeffrey, I feel like we were able to start to see Brandon kind of, sensing the blood in the water, maybe that he was going to be a little stronger down the stretch. And there's nothing tougher than having, to hold off a coming rider, especially if that rider can sense that rider senses some blood in the water. And Jeffrey never wavered. He hit his marks, he ran his pace, he ran his lines, and he was able to hold off Brandon Hogue and earn that third overall position there. And that was absolutely incredible. That was the best race I've seen from Jeffrey. It feels like in a long, long time. He was crazy impressive in that second moto.
Yeah, he put himself where he needed to right out of the gate, and got a good start. And those guys, they battled tooth and nail the whole time. And I think we were all, we're sitting there watching that battle. We're like, okay, Brandon would make up a little bit of time, but then Jeffrey would stretch it back out. Jeffrey might stretch it out a little bit further. Brandon would catch up a little bit. Like it was tooth and nail, and I think he kind of nailed it with, that was one of the better motos we've seen from Jeffrey this year. He's got, that was his third podium. No, hold on, I'm looking at the wrong guys here. That was third podium this year, and I think for Jeffrey it came at the right time. He's been putting a lot of pressure on himself. Pleasure Valley didn't quite go the way he had planned, having a technical difficulty there. And, I think he's fired up and a ball of confidence rolling into Loretta's. And I think when you get a hot Jeffrey, it's always a good Jeffrey. And I think it's showing, to hold on and to last that second moto at Redbud when the track is that gnarly. Mm-hmm. I think it's one of those things for Jeffrey. It's just going to build the confidence, and it shows, how intense these guys are and what kind of shape they're actually in.
Agreed 100%. When he does it in the toughest conditions, I think that really validates all the decisions and changes and sacrifices that him and Nikki have made in their lives. So I feel like that's an awesome thing for those guys. So we got Jeffrey coming up on the show here. Let's kick it to him now, and then we'll get back to finish up our coverage of the races here. As the number one podcast in ATV racing, it's only right that we partner with the industry leaders in suspension tuning. Insert Impact Solutions. Impact Solutions is a full-service ATV and side-by-side suspension center specializing in the revalving and service of your motocross and off-road suspension. With over 25 years of elite-level knowledge, experience, and testing with riders of all ages and ability levels, Casey Greek, Jay Goebel, and the Impact crew strive to exceed clients' expectations for service and setup. Impact Solutions is the official Elka Suspension Service Center of the United States, offering unmatched product knowledge and experience. Whether you're in need of service, parts, warranty, sales, or technical support, Impact Solutions has you covered. Head over to impactsolutionsatv.com or give them a call today.
We interrupt this program for a special news bulletin.
The following message is brought to you by manscaped.com. The Manscaped engineering team has outdone themselves this time, creating the Lawnmower 4.0 trimmer, now available for purchase in the US and Canada. Join over 2 million men worldwide who trust Manscaped, an official sponsor of the Digging Deep ATVMX podcast, with this exclusive offer of 20% off and free worldwide shipping with code DIGGINGDEEP20 at manscaped.com. I'm one of the first people to try the new 4.0 and I am blown away. This thing is next level. What sets this trimmer apart from all the rest? The Lawnmower 4.0 gives you the ability to turn the LED spotlight on and off when needed for a more precise shave. It features a new multi-functioning on-off switch with travel lock for those of us who like to travel. And my favorite, the new trimmer allows you to customize your trim with 4 different guard lengths, an upgrade from its predecessor that only featured 2. If you're listening, you know that good tools are a must, so wait no more to get the best tools for the job. Get 20% off and free shipping with code DIGGINGDEEP20 at manscaped.com. That's 20% off with free shipping at manscaped.com by using code DIGGINGDEEP20.
Hey everyone, this is Larry Mills, president of DP Brakes North America and proud partner of the Digging Deep ATVMX Podcast. We at DP Brakes are a longtime supporter of ATV racing and the world leader in sintered brake technology, dominating the ATV world for decades by supporting the best four-wheeled racers on the planet. This year's lineup includes Jeff Rastrelli, Mark Baldwin and Baldwin Motorsports, Ford Brothers Racing, Nick Janusa, and many more, including Mr. Digging Deep himself, Cody Jansen. Plus all the top 17 GNCC pros such as 7-time champion Walker Fowler, Bryson Neal, Hunter Hart, Cole Richardson, Jared McClure, Adam McGill, and previous champion Chris Borich. These top riders continue to appreciate the high performance and impressive durability that their DP brakes have to offer. Products that ultimately help place them on top of the podium week after week. DP brakes are available through www.dp-brakes.com, or you can purchase them through your local Parts Unlimited stocking dealer, or you can even message us, myself, Larry Mills, or DP Brakes on Instagram or Facebook. And if you have any questions about product or sponsorship support, please ask us. We are waiting for you. Join the best ATV riders in the world equipped with DP Brakes, and have a great year, everyone.
Nearing 2 decades into the brand's existence, Factory 43 is back and better than ever, continuing to make major waves in the ATV world. For the 3rd consecutive season, Factory 43 is the official aluminum parts choice of the Phoenix Racing ATV team, providing their state-of-the-art Evo Nerf bars, MX-style front bumpers, and grab bars for 2-time champ Joel Hetrick. If you're in the market to upgrade your Nerf bars, bumpers, or grab bars, head over to factory43atv.com to see their full line of industry-leading products available for all makes and models. Head over to factory43atv.com today.
Success in the ATV MX world is similar to what creates financial success as well. The right people, the right advice, and more importantly, hard work and the benefit of an ongoing relationship as situations change and adversity is experienced. Do you have the right financial advisor to help you reach your goals? Haymauer Financial Group can create a personalized, goal-based plan to help your family prepare for whatever life brings. Call me, Scott Haymauer, at Haymauer Financial Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services, at 920-338-8150. That's 920-338-8150. Offices located in beautiful De Pere, Wisconsin, with registrations and clients nationwide.
All right, guys, this next guest absolutely slayed it this weekend. Stoked to have him join me here on the podcast. Brought to you by Blenzall, the oil choice of the Digging Deep ATVMX podcast. To learn more about Blenzall's rich history or to shop Blenzall's full line of racing lubricants, visit blenzall.com and follow them at Blenzall on Instagram. Coming off the latest podium finish of his career, the 24th podium finish of his professional career. Say hello to Mr. Jeffrey Rastrelli. What's up, buddy? Welcome back to the show, and congrats on a killer weekend at the races.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Cody. Really stoked to be back on here. It's been a little bit, so let's dive into it.
So I was just telling you, actually, before I hit record on this thing, Jeffrey, chatting about the races, bench racing, if you will, is always fun, but I would have to believe that, nothing beats discussing race weekends that, you'll probably remember, fondly 50 years from now. I think that's exactly what this weekend was for you. You're never going to forget this latest podium finish of your career here.
Yeah, it was a tough one. First moto struggled a little bit, and then we came out fourth, second moto, and made a quick pass into third. And I knew on the hot lap, like I found some lines, and I knew what lines I was going to hit every lap, and found some lines I could sit down for a little bit. That was like a key for me that second moto, because like the legs were already well worked after the first one. So yeah, it was it's going to be a very fond memory. I'm very excited that we got on the podium finally. It's been a little bit. I know that we didn't gain any points on Hogue, which is unfortunate, but heck, the podium's always a podium, man. So.
Oh, for sure. I mean, there's no better way to cap a race day like that. I feel like those are the memories that probably get cemented in your mind as a professional racer, those podium experiences, especially because, it wasn't that long ago, Jeffrey, that, man, it felt like no matter what you did, you couldn't get up there. And now look at it. Like, you have 3 so far this year. You're in contention at every race. I mean, man, that's just got to be such a great feeling for you. You have to, and we talked about this already a little bit, but you have to appreciate these podiums more than ever before, I would think.
Yeah, absolutely. And like, there's obviously a lot of stuff that goes on behind the scenes with your own program that nobody has any idea. Everybody thinks that, and not like to down amateurs or down anybody like that, but, to make 4 laps of the bike's one thing. To go there and make 25 minutes that long and have no mechanicals and have nothing happen is a whole other thing. And, I don't have a mechanic. I don't have anything. Like, it's just me. And like, I do all my bike work, like DJ does from Rocket does on Fridays, if we need to like put a motor in the race bike or something like that. But all the practice stuff, like I have 3 bikes now and I got to maintain them all myself. And just like that extra pressure, showing up on Friday, setting up all the tents, making sure everything's right, trying to sell parts, and people coming up and, needing this and needing that. And I got to get this, I got to do that, I got over here. It's just really crazy Fridays, man. Like, it's probably the toughest year I've ever had in that aspect of everything. Just always going. Like, there's never like a time where I can go on Friday and be like, you know what, like I can relax today.
Right.
Thank
So do you remember, like, do you now remember back to when you were on these teams in the past and be like, man, I don't know how good I had it. I didn't know how good I had it at a time.
Oh yeah, there's no doubt about it. Like even with Baldwin and, I was on JB and, that stuff, even then, like that, I had to do tire balls on Fridays. So that was never fun. Like Mark always used to do them.
Okay.
And so did JB. So, and now they both do them, which I'm a little upset about. They do it for their riders. JB does them for Cody, and then Mark does them for Bryce. So I don't know. I'm a little upset about it, but no, it was like on Phoenix, man, it was really awesome because like I didn't have to do anything. Like it showed up ready, and Jim Hardy, my mechanic last year, would kind of go over it a little bit, and I didn't have to do really anything. I didn't have to set up the 10. I didn't have to help do nothing. So it was definitely, I had it good for the past 2 years, and there's no doubt about it, but it makes it that much sweeter this year to know that I'm doing all these things. I'm working. I'm, me and my wife are running the business, trying to, sell parts and sending out shocks and doing motors and doing top ends myself and just keeping up with everything in that sense is really tough. It's really tough for me, especially, just doing it for like the first year. It's like, you don't really know what to expect. You're like, it's not going to be that bad.
Mm-hmm.
It is that bad. it is that bad. Like it's just a constant job, man. Like it's just constant. It's over and over. You wake up and it's like, I got a lot to do today. It's like every day. But this after this podium, I took a day off and me and the wife went and had a good day, and it was like a relief, and finally get it. And yeah, it's good.
Good. You deserve that, man. So we speculated kind of coming into the year, and I kept telling you that you were probably going to experience higher highs because like all this is on you. Just like you said, bike maintenance, all the decisions, the business, all this stuff. So now we have experienced that for, 9 rounds of a 10-round season. And I would think, and yes, the stress is daunting. I'm sure that the weight on your shoulders is a lot. At the same time, like, I'm sure you think of it as when you succeed, the business succeeds. When you succeed, and this is how it was in the past. I mean, when you succeed, Nikki succeeds and the family succeeds. But now when you get on the podium like you did this weekend, I mean, man, that just promotes your business that much more. Like there's exponential more good things that come from that. And I have to believe, like I was saying before, like these have to be the highest of highs for you, because it wasn't just show up at the racetrack, ride my quad, get on the podium. That's awesome. But now it's, I have my hands on every single aspect of my race program, and we pushed all the right buttons to put it on the podium. And that's got to make it that much more special. Plus, man, the group that you've put together with obviously your family still being there, but Rocket and all the great sponsors and supporters you have backing you, man, like there's just no feeling like doing it for your crew and doing it with a crew that you've hand selected. And that's just such a special thing, I feel like.
Yeah, absolutely. And like, it wouldn't be possible without like CST tires, of course, and FXR gear. Like you've seen that gear. Like I know you're Thor sponsored, but you got to admit that's some good stuff.
It looks nice. It looks nice.
It looks really nice. It fits well. And, that, and then integrated financial, I always say concepts, but I think it's concepts, right? Solutions. Yes. I always get that mixed up. I've done it financial concepts.
One. Yeah.
Concepts. Yep. Sorry, Mike. Love you, man. I'm shouting you out, but like that. And like Rocket, of course, it's been huge. I'm actually staying here now at Rocket. And we're a good team, man. And SSI decals and like all these people, like Ian stepped up huge for me this year. And AB stepping back into the program and all that stuff. So it's definitely huge. But also, I don't know if you've seen my video, and I came over the finish line, the second moto, like I won the freaking thing. Yeah. All right. That's how much it means to me. I was full fist bump. I mean, that was like, I was hyped.
Dude, and not to interrupt, but it made the hair on my arm stand up watching how excited your dad was running from the fence, towards the podium. Like it just brings me, and I think we talked about this in the off season, but it just brings me kind of back to that when you're a kid feeling, or when it's like amateur, and it's like that's all that matters, in that moment. And that's just such a special thing, especially like, and I think about this now, but you look at like your dad, your parents are still there. And you look at so many of these guys, like still, I mean, you look at, Chad's family is there. And, like there's just so many of like, it's just such a family atmosphere, family deal. And that's just, man, like, I feel like that's maybe something that doesn't even get covered enough. We talk about it being a family sport, but to think, you're in your upper 20s, I'm 30, like your parents are still at the races with you, like these memories, like how special is that? It doesn't get better.
It's very special, and to know like what we went through mid-season and how much of a struggle it was, and we were on that slump, like to put that second moto together was very special for us. And I think it's very special for the points thing too. I mean, to go into Loretta's knowing that, I'm back and that I can do it. And especially in the roughest track of the year, man, like, I mean, you rode that place was brutal.
So people were saying that they thought it was the roughest Redbud that they've seen. Ever. So is that what you thought?
Not just
too?
The roughest Redbud, to me, like it was the roughest track we've ever raced. Yeah. There's no doubt about it. Like it wasn't like just the roughest Redbud. Like Millville, nah, they couldn't compare to that. Like, I mean, I can't even think, maybe Southwick would be something, but like that was way back, and I didn't even ride a 450 or anything. So that was like, I don't know. I couldn't compare to it. I was riding a 90, a 90 PVT, and we went in the first couple motos, so it was smooth sand track. So, like for me personally, I think that was the roughest track you've ever raced, and just pull it off and know that the fitness was there. Like, heck yeah, I was exhausted, but like I lasted that whole moto, and even with 2 laps to go, I was able to put a little more gap on me and Brandon, and go a little faster than I thought I could. And it means that much more to me, like to be able to pull it off there, especially just because it was so brutal and so gnarly.
Yeah. So let's talk about that a little bit. So first moto, you finished fifth behind Brandon and your buddy Nick Janusa there. And then roles were reversed in that second moto for you three, basically inverting from the first moto. So you rip another good hole shot. Basically, you get into third, you run third, basically wire to wire. But Brandon ran within a second or two or three for basically the entire moto. So explain to the listeners what that's like to have someone as good as Brandon, shading you for nearly 25 minutes. Like, I feel like it's hard to even put into words what kind of pressure that can feel like. And you were able to not let it really fluster or bother you. You said to me on Sunday, you said a little bit here already, that you just ran your lines. You ran the smart lines. You had a feeling right from the sight lap. And man, like, you weren't deterred. And that, I feel like, is just such a huge thing. Like, just like you were saying, roughest track of the year, roughest track that you can remember, running your lines, being able to hold off that charge, do your own thing. Like, man, that's just got to make this such a monumental podium for you, I would think. I mean, I said to you on Sunday, you could see Brandon trying to put a push in, and you weren't having any of it. You were able to keep that gap at bay, and there can't be anything more rewarding than that. That's, I guess, what it comes down to for me.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that the first moto was a real big learning curve too. Like I was struggling a little bit with setup. Like we went back and changed everything for the second moto. I mean, in all honesty, like we changed everything. So
okay.
The rear shock, we did some adjustments to the rear shock, but we did a lot with the front end. I felt like I was not so much with the shocks, but like from Pleasure Valley, it was a brand new bike at Pleasure Valley. And me and JB set up the whole front end at his house. I mean, of course, like everything was perfect.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And then we rechecked it before the second moto, and the front end was out of whack, like crazy. And I was struggling with it the first moto, and I didn't know what was wrong. So we changed shocks, went to a much softer setup, and then we changed the whole front end. I actually laid my front end back a little bit, made it less twitchy.
Okay.
And like, dude, it was the bee's knees, and it really paid off for that second moto. And also like I was saying about learning the first moto, it was I knew down at the bottom after the mechanics area, you go by the mechanics area, you take the left, the right, and you do the step down. You just step down in that left-hand corner there. The outside and jumping that double was a little bit quicker overall. Yeah. But I got passed there by Brandon, the first moto. I passed him first. He had me pass. I passed him back on the inside.
Okay.
And then he did it to me later in the race, went to the inside as I was going to the outside and passed me. I knew if like I held him off there, that there was not many other places he could really motor by me if I didn't make a mistake.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I concentrated on most. I didn't go as fast as I probably could have. I probably could have picked the pace up a little bit, but I didn't want to make a mistake out there, because the first moto I made a mistake and allowed Janusa to go by me in the whoops. So I jumped in the inside and I blew the inside out and went on the outside, and he went by me. And once that happened, I kind of started riding a little tighter, like don't make a mistake. So I slowed my pace, and that allowed Brandon to get by me. And yeah, I think the first moto was like a learning curve. Like it was like, this is what you did, learn from that and take it into the second moto and fix it. And like I just seen some lines on the hot lap, and I was like, this line I'm going to take. If like after the whoops, there's a middle line before that tabletop.
Yep.
And it was smooth as glass. It was just some ruts, and there was not one bump in it. And like I knew like I was going to take that every freaking lap. As long as I get to the whoops good, he's not going to pass me.
Right.
And I got to the whoops good. I don't know how many laps he did, but say, 95% of the time I got to the whoops good, and I knew I can relax a little bit there through that corner. And just some other things, like after the Rocco's, there was like a middle line that nobody was taking. They were taking either the outside or the inside. And I was able to take the middle and fade outside. And there was just a couple little bumps, just things like that. Just little things that I seen that I was able to, I knew that everybody's gonna be worn out as well, because that first moto was brutal.
Mm-hmm.
And like just trying to find the smoothest line possible. And that was fast and put it all together, and it ended up working out.
Yeah. And you could watch those other guys catch on to what you were doing, that line after the whoop section where you were able to then jump that tabletop, no problem, carry a bunch of speed down into the Rocco's corner. And basically for the entire race on that whole side of the racetrack, those two guys just followed your lines. Like they obviously would have wanted to run a different line, but you had the line so dialed that they could do nothing but just fall in line with you. Yeah.
There was no other choice really. I felt like you could have moved a little bit, but it was rough, and it was, going to take more out of them. And I know that, that it was just brutal. I know those guys had to be tired just like I was,
Uh-huh.
So, man, we all work our butts off. So it's just a matter of who gets out front in the beginning and just runs consistent laps and runs good lines. And that's what we did. We just put it all together, and it was an awesome feeling. And to definitely go out there and just get on the box again, man, like, and just shed a little light. Like, nobody knows that I had 2 severely sprained thumbs through the whole middle of the season. Like so bad. Like I couldn't like a ratchet strap. I couldn't squeeze a ratchet strap to unclip a ratchet strap. Like they were bad. They were real bad. Like I probably shouldn't have rode. And everyone's like, "What do you think it broke?" I'm like, honestly, I don't know, because I didn't go to the doctor. So like, just to go through that, like what happened at the High Point wreck and the whole shot, I really severely sprained my right thumb. Like that whole second moto after I did it, of course, adrenaline's rushing. Like that didn't bother me. I was running the same lap times as Chad that whole moto. Like I feel like we would have duked it out if I would have got a start. And then a week later at Briarcliff, I had a practice crash and sprained my other thumb. I've never sprained my thumbs ever in my life, and I sprained 2 back to back, and I couldn't hardly use them, man. So like going into corners and obviously pushing back on the handlebars, your thumbs get a lot of feedback, and that would just kill me. I would kill me. So practicing was tough. Racing was really tough to try to pick up the pace. I had to be kind of light on my hands. I couldn't do what I needed to do. So to come back from that and get over it, and it was like the weirdest thing. It was like I took 1 week off, and it was like I had this whole time, 3 rounds that they were severely hurt. And I took a week off after I think it was Briarcliff. We had a little break in between, a 3-week break. I took a week off of that race, and it was like, oh, they're healed. And it was like at a snap of a finger, and then I was able to kind of put things back together. And Pleasure Valley, we were riding good. We had a mechanical, but I think that race would have been a little bit better for us if we didn't have that mechanical first moto. But yeah, just a little bit of a struggle in the middle of the year, kind of something that everybody's like, what's going on? And I couldn't really explain it. I wasn't going in with my mind in it 100% because obviously I'm hurt, not being able to do what I need to do on the bike and being able to brake really hard and to be able to push on the handlebar with my right arm really hard or my left arm. So I had to pull a lot. It would wear me out a little bit, and just little things like that, like and just nagging little injuries. But we finally put it all together and got back up there, and it was a tremendous feeling. I mean, it's irreplaceable, of course, to know that, like you said, they were on my tail the whole time, and I was able just to hold it at bay. And even the 2-lap board came out, and I even put a little gap on them when the 2 board came out. Like that was even more exciting, like to know that I had that little bit extra left in the tank to be able to pull a gap on them with 2 laps to go on that kind of track. So I'm excited for the next round, and I think it'll be a good one for sure.
Well, it's credit to you guys too. Credit to you and Nikki, that whole program, because it's no secret that you guys have, changed a lot of stuff with your lifestyle and your diet, and you can look at you and tell the difference and all these things. And when, you can see it, you can see the payoff on the track like that late in a brutal moto like that justifies the decisions that you guys made. And that's just got to be, man, such a good feeling, because you're out there sacrificing so that on Saturdays late in races it pays off. And again, to see that those sacrifices are worth it and verified, like that's got to be a pretty special feeling too. And
Absolutely.
I think we kind of see that. The thing that I love about these podiums with you is we see these images of you. I shared one the other day of just the raw emotion that you have when you earned one of these things. And we see more emotion from you than I feel like just about anybody else. And I love that. And I think in that moment, you can see how much it means and what the sacrifice means and those things, but there's nothing like sacrificing and then experiencing the payoff. Like that's one of the greatest sensations in life, and you're out there experiencing it. And that's, like I said, a really special thing.
Absolutely. I mean, just to think of, a couple of years ago, me thinking about retiring from the sport, and I was in a big slump in my life and in my career, just because of how I was doing and how I was feeling. I wasn't doing very good, health wise, and just to go from that and to go here to, not getting rehired by Phoenix and having to make a choice, either quit or do your own program, and putting it all together. And obviously there's a lot of help from a lot of people, but it was a big step in my life. And to go out there and be able to do it with my team and with, my decisions and everything that I do is why, all my choices are why that's happening. Between shock testing and like I call Casey, like I was just on the phone with them 2 minutes before we got on a thing to do some changes, try to be better for Loretta's. And, going out there, and I wrenched on the race bike this morning a little bit to get it ready for next weekend. Pressure washing the practice bike for motos last night. And, I got to work on that when we get done here and go ride this afternoon. So just like to know that, all the choices that we're making, not all of them, obviously, because there's obviously bumps in the road, but most of the choices that we're making are the right ones. And we're doing the right things with training. And, obviously that's always a thing to figure out, what's the right training and what's the right amount, and to balance it all, and balance life and balance business and balance practice and balance training. It's a big deal. So we're nailing it, I feel like. And she's doing a really good job with it. We've been living in a motorhome for 3 months. So she's doing well with all of this, and can't give her enough credit for being by my side, and my family too, being super supportive. And I think they're more supportive now than they've ever been, because they know how hard I'm working, whether my results showed it in the mid-season or not. Like they got to know that I'm doing all I can, and I never slack. And that's all I can do, man. Like sometimes I beat myself up over it, like all mid-season. I knew I was a little hurt, but being hurt gives it, no justice to me. Nobody can see that I'm hurt, or nobody knows how I'm feeling. So to me, I have to do better, even though I was, my thumbs were severely hurt. I was like, it's not enough. And I just kept pushing. I just wanted to be better for everybody. And sometimes that's just all you can do. And, we're still here, and somehow it worked out. We're still here in the bite off for third points. And, I think that we should have not be in it from the mid-season slump we had. But thankfully for me, that my competitors also had that mid-season slump. It's kind of been back and forth like crazy. And we're in it. We're in fourth now, and it paid off. Like just never giving up, and always trying to do the right thing. And like we always talk about it, putting positive energy out, and usually you get positive energy back. So that's all I've been. That's my goal right now. And with business and everything, trying to do all that and do the best I can for my customers. And just, I think everybody's happy with what we got going on, and just going to keep trying to plug away and keep doing that, man.
Yeah. Well, I think back to late 2020, I believe that would have been the year that you and I chatted at Three Palms late in the year there, and tears in your eyes, like you were done. You even said as much. You said, I'm done. I'm exhausted of this, all these things. You were ready to quit. Then, I think some of it was influenced by their change to Yamaha, right? Like that had a little bit of influence there. So it kind of is, I say all the time, like, it's just things happen for a reason. Everything happens the way it's supposed to. That maybe kept you in the fold. Then we get into, you're going to go out on your own. You make that hard decision. And I remember telling you, like, hey, like this is kind of where Chad was when he started, Wienen Motorsports and the whole Yamaha program and all these things. And now look at you. Now it's not hard to think of, like, to picture you doing this for a number of years like this, because you're clearly having fun. You're in the fold. You're back being successful. Having podiums like this rejuvenates you that much more. And as far as Rastrelli Racing goes and the business and all these things, I mean, the hardest days are the initial days. I don't have to explain that to you. The hardest days are establishing the business. And after that, it gains some momentum with every race and every year, and it then will eventually sustain itself. And I would think that, I mean, this has breathed a lot of good, clean air and life into your program. And I would think that you have, plan to hopefully be around for a number of years yet. And that was not the case 2 years ago. It was the exact opposite. You were ready to walk on the spot. Yeah,
for sure. And with the support of all my sponsors, like I'm going and talking to them about what I'm doing, and able to actually try to make a living doing this, and is obviously a game changer for me. And they've supplied that for me. FXR and Rocket and CST and all these guys, and SSI helps tremendously with all my shirts and all my stuff for Rastrelli Racing, all my merch and all my tents and all this stuff that was could have been a really hefty bill, and he's done a lot to help me with that and get me started as well. And can't thank Ian enough for that. He's a legend, man. That guy's a different level.
Yes.
yeah, and JB coming in and supplying me with the products. It was to allow these people allow me to come in and with my own program in the first year and supply me with things. You know, it was an indefinite thing, you know, like they're coming on, they're just kind of like, well, I hope you do good, you know.
Right.
They don't know. I didn't even know, you know. So yeah, they jumped on board and believing in me. And I think that doing this well the first year and putting these things together, these podiums, and 3 out of 9, hopefully go 4 out of 10 and get back up there, and obviously next year progress even more and do more. But yeah, like wasn't for them, I wouldn't be here and wouldn't be able to make a living and wouldn't be able to stick around for another year. So I think we have a number of years left. I feel like I'm the healthiest I've ever been in my whole life, mentally and physically. I'm happy with life. I'm happy with my home life. I'm happy with business. I'm happy with doing what I'm doing each day, waking up and working on quads. I mean, I wouldn't say I'm excited to work on quads, but like I'm you know how it is, dude, day in and day out working on the same thing it gets tiring. But to know that when you go to the race and it could, you know, supply you with a podium and all you've worked for your whole life, it can supply that. And that's what means the most to me. And to be able to, you know, do all that work and go there and like, it's just a different feeling, man, especially on Fridays. Like Fridays are the most busy day I have, like out of any day of the week. Like the Friday before a race, it's the most insane day. And
yeah.
Crazy. Like setting up all the flags and the banners and the tents and like the, you know, like everything, like everyone's like, oh, that's easy stuff. It's like, dude, it's not. Like I'm swinging a mini sledge for like 2 hours straight on a Friday, like just trying to get everything going and setting everything up, and then working on the race bike because like Mark we had a little problem with a race motor this past race, so we had to do a whole new top and a whole new head and everything for us, so we didn't get the motor until the race. And like the shocks didn't even get, and I didn't know what shocks I was going to run because we were testing so much stuff on Friday, so we had to put those on, put the motor in, did all kinds of stuff on Friday. It's just absolutely insane. I had a bike rental this weekend, so I rented my practice bike, so I had to deal with that, and we were changing this. So it's just like to be able to do that on Friday and having all day. Like I work every time. I work from 7 a.m. till 7 or 8 at night every Friday, and then to go out there on Saturday and be able to do that is really awesome for me, because I could kind of look around and like that's how it is. It's my choice, you know. I can look around all my competitors and they're all walking around the pits and waving, you know, and signing babies and stuff like that, and I'm over there grinding, you know. But it's like it's my choice, and I love every minute of it. Like I wouldn't have any other way, because everything's the way I did it. Like we talked about, it's the way I did it and my choices, and the pits look the way they do because I put them up. And well, not just me, my family and my wife, but you know, it's just all day thing and a lot of work, and it makes it awesome to be able to provide for my sponsors and for me to go up there and get on the podium and you know, thank them in that way.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah, for sure. And again, it makes it that much more special being that you're hands-on with all this stuff. Like, yes, it isn't fun. There's no better feeling. It never happens, but there's no better feeling than going to the racetrack with a race quad that's together and ready to go. But it never happens. You know, the shocks are coming from Impact, and you got motor stuff going on from Baldwin, and all these things. It's crazy. But
it is so funny. Chad actually said this weekend, Wienen, he goes up to me. He's like, "Hey, you guys need to have that bike ready before Friday." I'm like, Chad, listen, if I could, I would, dude. Like, I understand. Like, I don't have enough stuff to keep it going. Like, I had to do it on Friday because I don't have enough stuff. I got to do bracket stuff. I got to like, I just don't have enough. I don't have enough.
Yeah.
Like, you know, and after this year and having a bunch of parts and able to go in the next year and get more stuff and keep fresh bottom end sitting there, and we go, you know, top end and just pop a new top end on there. Or, you know, and put the piston and the race head on there and put it in the bike, and I can have it ready. But like, I don't have that right now. You know, it's like obviously trying to put, you know, pinch pennies over here, pinch pennies over there a little bit. So getting started and buying all these things is very costly. So he even tells DJ from Rocket, you know, Chad does, like, hey, you guys need to have that thing ready before you get. It's like, Chad, listen, you sponsor me and give me a couple of bottom ends, and we'll talk after that, you know.
Right.
But it's funny. Like it's the truth though, you know. We need to get that stuff ready and more prepared next year. But you know, for the first year, I think we're doing all right. And
Hey, you didn't even
DJ
when you started this thing, you didn't even know what you were getting into.
we talk about it all the time about the parts and the this and the that and how to build one. I had no idea. So every time I ordered something, I ordered 3 or 4 of it.
Right.
Like every time I ordered something for my first build, I ordered 3 or 4 of everything that I ordered because I knew I was going to need them for, 3 or 4 of them for the bikes I'm going to build in the future. So it was tough, man. It was crazy. It was nonsense, like all the stuff that you need for these things, you would never have any idea. And you just went through the same thing. So
I did. And that's why I wanted to put together that guide for my build, because I didn't want people to I'm no expert, I'm new to this whole thing, but I had access to Jeffrey Rastrelli and DJ Sperling and Chad Wienen and all these people, Paul Turner and name whoever. Not everybody had that. So there was tons of stuff where I'm like, hey, what do I got to do with this? And you'd be like, yeah, you need this cable or you need whatever. Yeah. And not everybody has that. So that's why I wanted to try to fill some gaps there with that guide that I put together. But yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
At the end of the day though, I am pretty stoked on, after you get all the electrical removed, after you get, to the dual injection system and all these things, it's not nearly as complicated as I thought it was. It's just going through it the first time isn't the most fun experience.
Yeah. Your mind tells you it's a lot more to it than there actually is. It's just a matter of putting all the pieces together. And once you have all the pieces together the first time, it kind of falls together. So like the running the Honda throttle with the KTM throttle body, it's you had to have this certain cable and you got to know the part number to that. And I thankfully I had Gary from Phoenix. I was blowing up Gary all winter. Yo, what do I need for this? What's the part number for this? What's the part number for this? And Gary's just like, dude, this guy's not even on the team anymore. He's still bothering me.
Yeah.
And thank him enough for that. And Mark and all those guys. So that's the same way. Paul Turner and Chad. And yeah, it's just crazy to build one of those things. You take everything off of it and throw that stuff in the corner and you're practically building a whole new machine, So it's wild.
It's honestly, it's worth it though. I mean when those things get race built, they're on another level. But
yeah, so I enough real quick. I want to ask you, how do you like your bike this weekend?
Dude, so every time somebody asked me, I would say my one regret is that I didn't do it sooner. And
how's that rear end though?
And the 2 things that stand out to me continuously are how long the gears are compared to a TRX, and that rear end is a cheat code. That rear end is not fair. No. It's ridiculous. I
had the upper hand weekend because of it over Brandon that second moto. I felt just because
I came off the couch and had rode twice since Loretta's last year. And I still felt like I had more bike control and more like in the whoop section, which whoops are a strength of mine, but I felt
those whoops aren't a strength of anyone's. Okay.
Dude,
those whoops are on a different level.
But every time somebody talked to me about my riding, it was about how good me and my bike looked in the whoops, in the rough shit. And that was just because of the quad. That, again, that rear end is not fair compared to a TRX. It's not.
And Impact has them dialed too. Impact's doing a good job over there with the shocks and the Elka shocks and stuff. So I can imagine. So what gearing are you running?
Whatever you told me to run. I don't even remember.
I don't even remember what the heck I told you to run. 1539 maybe.
I think that's what it is. Is that one bigger in the front than stock?
So one bigger in the front from stock.
I put on whatever. I literally texted you. You told me that's what I put on.
Yeah, I don't even remember what it was, but I was running 1539 at the time. Okay. And actually, we've migrated more towards a 1540.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah. So even Joel was running it. I think he runs it a lot. I ran it this weekend. I went from a 39 in qualifying to a 40. And it helped my starts a lot.
You got a little more on bottom, because I feel that I have been questioning a little bit my motor setup. I was just trying to compare, because this is the first time I was riding it around anybody that was capable of going my speed or whatever. So I'm like, well, I wonder how this thing compares to these other quads. And I do think that maybe that now I'm glad you said that, because I'm going to give that a try. Just to maybe give it a little more bump on the bottom.
Yeah, that third gear really comes out of corners hard, and you can click forward a little earlier. And I think at Redbud that was key, to click forward a little earlier and getting that lug. Because I felt my 39, I was a little bit it was a little bit too and forth, and I went to that 40 and it was right on. It was really good. So try that and see how that works.
So did
like,
you, hey, did you test the 40 in the preseason at all?
I did.
Because you told me
I didn't
two
really like
gears.
it.
You told me 2 gears. So I probably have some 40s in the shop right now that I can put on. Cause you said, hey, I've been between these 2 gear setups.
Yep.
So I probably got some.
Yeah. So like, I think Chad runs a 14 front and like a 37 or something. I think I just by like looking at it.
Yeah.
But I noticed with like my package and my deal, like the 14, it doesn't work as good. Like,
okay,
you can I have a gear ratio chart, obviously, like everybody knows a gear ratio chart. It's like 1437 is like, or 1438 is like a 1540-ish, right around there. It's actually a little taller. Like not taller, but it makes the gear ratio is a little bit taller. So you have a little more oomph even than a 1540 on third gear. So, but like something I didn't like about that, something with my bike and package, like my starts weren't that good. Like something about, I don't know if it's like me and like, I can't remember who we were talking about, like where the sprocket, you know, how big the sprocket is compared to like the pivot link, like the pivot bolt.
Yeah.
Like there's a big deal. Like that's a big deal.
Yep.
And so they're making like the 15 for some reason in the motor package and these different things. Like, I don't know, the 1540. I mean, my starts were on point this weekend. Like I haven't had that good of starts in a while. I had the first moto start and came in a little too hot and stuff. So
it actually makes perfect sense though, that even though the ratio might be similar, if the actual sprocket is larger, it makes sense that it would have possibly a little more oomph, you know?
Yeah. It's weird because technically on paper, the 1438 was be even more oomph than a 1540, but I didn't like it. It didn't work as good. Even going to fourth earlier, it just didn't work as good. So try a 1540, put that in the notes there and see what you got.
Yeah, we got secrets coming out on the Digging Deep ATVMX podcast from Jeffrey Rastrelli here. I like it.
Don't take too much secrets.
Good
thing Kobe is on a Honda.
Yeah, there you go. But pal, so we speculated coming into the year what this move would mean for you. And I felt like the more I thought about it, at first I'm like, man, like could be tough because
no doubt
he's been on these teams. You didn't even know how it was going to go. The more I thought about it though, I thought that you were going to be able to create your own atmosphere. As soon as I knew DJ was a part of it, I was a major buyer in this whole thing. And now, I mean, 3 podiums later, I think I would argue that, you know, you're even better than I expected. I think the season's almost been better than I expected because, I mean, throw out the DNF you had a couple races ago and shoot, you're tied for third. I mean, you're right there.
We're there for sure.
Right. So this move to Rastrelli Racing backed by Rocket Machining and Design obviously was the correct move. And I think you're also doing it, and you would know better than anybody, but I think you're also doing it when the class is probably the gnarliest, at least in that group that you're in, up to at the front of the pack. It's got to be as gnarly as it's ever been. There's never been a time where you were racing like this, that there was freaking 7 guys battling for podium spots. Like this is never. As gnarly as it's been.
Yeah. Even when I was battling Chad and Joel for the wins, like I was a lonely third after, you know, they would get around me or something. I was a lonely third. Maybe me and Thomas would battle for third and fourth, but it was never that deep for sure. So to be a part of it at this time is really good, and be able to beat those guys, you know, when there's that many. And that's where the second moto, I didn't know where everybody started. Like I didn't know where, like, no offense against Max or Bryce or anybody, I didn't really sure where everybody started at. And we all started in a group, and we just put some good first laps down and got away from those guys. So it was like really rewarding to know that they didn't start in the back and had to work through some slower riders to get there. Like we all started, you know, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. And we just kind of pulled on them the first few laps and just steadily did it throughout the race. So that was really rewarding for sure, to know that pack was right there the whole time. And it wasn't just like a thing where I got a better start and that was that, you know.
Exactly. And I think that, you know, so much of this conversation, even business, and it's a struggle or whatever, you know, it's none of it's easy. But all of it, from the technical side to talking about, you know, to all of it, you can tell that like you're actually having fun doing it, and that having fun aspect of it is so important. It's so key to being successful. And then speaking of fun, like you said, you're up in Michigan, you're at Rocket Machining and Design with the boys and with their crew there, and you guys have some fun plans for the weekend, right? So tell me about that a little bit.
Yeah, we're going to Silver Lake, the dunes, I guess. It's local here, and we're going to, it's like a campground. So we're going to camp and for the weekend and do some sand dune riding. So you guys will see some sick footage from that. And
I'm assuming you've never done this before.
No, I've never been in the sand dune. So I'm gonna put my big CST tires on, my mudders, and go out there and have a blast and hit some big stuff and have fun. And obviously being able to ride, obviously we're riding there. So to be able to do that, I feel like I'm not, slacking off too much by just sitting in a campground all weekend, and like hanging out. We're actually going to ride and stuff too. So I feel like it's gonna be a lot of fun. We're really stoked. And after riding today, I gotta go ride here after we get done here. It's Thursday, and I'm gonna go do that. And then tomorrow in the morning, get everything ready, get it serviced up, make sure it's all good, and maybe even ride tomorrow night too when we get there if we have enough time. So we're super excited for that. And to get away and to do it, obviously how much we ride and we do, it's motocross all the time. It's motocross. To go out and do something different on my four-wheeler is going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah. I mean, I've never really done the dunes thing, even though it's not that far from where we're at necessarily. My only experience with that kind of thing is Croom down by your home base down there. Dunes. And it's nothing like it. Yeah.
That's a hellhole. That place is terrible. It's just whoops. The whole thing is just a whoop section. That is like not fun. There's not even any jumps out there really. It's just like, just go out there and kill yourself. So like everyone's asked me, you go to Croom or not? Absolutely not. Like I hate that place. So no, yeah, that's crazy that you say that. Like, I don't know, like I should probably go to Croom more often and ride the whoops, but freak that place, man. I don't like that place at all. But hopefully this place is a little more fun than Croom, because if it's not, I'm gonna be
no, I think everybody rants and raves about the dunes trip. So I think that you're going to have a lot of fun. So let's finish up here. So 2 gate drops left in the season here, the 2022 season. You're 10 points down from third. So this thing is still very much alive. It's still in your sights. We're heading to Loretta's season finale. So give me your favorite Loretta's memory. Do you have a favorite Loretta's memory?
Yeah, I do. I have a really good one. I have a really bad one as well. So my favorite is 2010. I won my first ever Pro-Am production race at Loretta Lynn's.
Okay.
So it was a one moto format because it was so muddy. I got second on the start behind Travis Moore. Travis Moore was leading. Chase and Joel got bad starts, and Travis ends up spinning out, and I go by him and win my first Pro-Am production race. So that's my favorite memory.
Okay.
My worst memory one of them was in 2017. I was in battle for third in championship, and the back sand straightaway.
Yep.
I got blasted with sand, and I was going to pull a tear off, because I couldn't see anything. I was about to go in that corner. I went to go pull it, and just something happened. I just went wadding up. Like I went flipping. And
you went over the berm or something, right?
Yeah, my bike flipped all the way over the berm, all the way over the fence. Like I got watered up bad, and I hit my head again. And I didn't race. So I ended up getting 5th in the championship because I didn't race either moto because of my head. And that was one of the hardest things I've ever had to do, because being in third in the championship, man, was, obviously I did it in 16, was looking to do a repeat in 17 and just missed the last 2 motos, and I'm getting 5th. So that was tough. And then another one is I was racing the Casillas, this Casillas back in the day. I was riding
I do.
Etric Racing on the blue Casilla with red A arms and all that stuff. And we were in the battle for a championship there too. And it was the first moto. And I think I had to win that weekend, and I was winning the first moto. And like one of those short stubby gas cap vent tubes clogged up and shut my bike off and cost me a championship.
Oh my gosh. So I remember at the time,
never run one again. At
the time, everybody ran them. And I remember my dad being like, cause there was a rumor or a story of Jeremy McGrath having that happen on his dirt bike on like a triple jump or something. I don't even know if that's legit.
So they're not getting any gas.
Right.
Because there's no breather.
So explain to me, I mean, I've always thought that the whole concept of, the breather line on the top of a gas cap, why would we put a cap on it? I know that they can breathe a little bit, but it makes no sense to me to begin with. So to think that,
don't put a cap on it, then you get a clump of dirt on it, and then it clogs up anyway. So like, it was just the stupidest design ever. I don't know what anybody was thinking, because those things get a little clogged and you're screwed. You screwed me out of a championship.
Oh my gosh.
Straight up did. So like, that was like my worst memory. Like, I could have been a lot more time champion and I was younger if little stuff wouldn't happen like that. Like one race, little stuff would happen. But that one was like, that one hit hard for sure. Like this little thing. And I took my gas cap off to check my gas. I'm a kid. I don't know what the heck's going on. I'm like,
of course,
take it off, and there's gas in there. I put it back on. It fires right up.
Oh my
because
gosh.
I got air.
Yeah.
So the gas would go down to the carburetor, and then it fired up because they got So
man, I've heard stories about those stubby little things, and to think that cost you a championship there is heartbreaking.
Absolutely.
Oh my gosh.
But also, before we go, I also wanted to put shed some light on like my Redbud curse. Like, I haven't been on the podium since 2016 there.
Okay.
So 2017, I got third the first moto, I believe. And I pulled off the track and I pulled into the pits, and like the motor was like, go, 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 go. The thing was about to blow up.
Okay.
And I'm still mad at JB about this still to this day. My JB, this thing's gonna blow up. Like it's junk. Like the motor's junk. We gotta take it apart, or we gotta replace it.
Mm-hmm.
And they washed it, and of course it cooled off, and they fired it up. Oh, the thing runs fine. The thing runs great. I'm in the trailer, like I'm cooling off. They're gonna change it. My dad and JB are gonna change it, and I come back. They're like, oh, the motor runs fine. We're not gonna change it. So I go out, and then 4 laps, second moto, the thing blows up. 2018 in the mud, I got the start. I was leading the second moto and got passed by Thomas, and just ended up getting fourth. Like that wasn't bad. But the 2019, I blew a cam tower apart with Baldwin, so broke that year. 2020, I missed it because I was hurt from the Pleasure Valley wreck. I missed. That was one of the only races I've missed in the past however many years.
Yep.
And then last year I got third to first moto, and then I blew up the second moto. So like, heck, I broke that curse, and I'm hoping to break the Loretta's one too, because Loretta's is the same way. It's been my kryptonite since as long as I can remember.
But last year you had that third in the first moto, and then you blow up. But even before that, you got stuck.
Right?
Yeah, you and Bryce get caught in the first corner, and then, dude, it throws this whole thing for a loop. The third in points, We
were tied going into that race. We were tied for third in points.
Yep.
I beat him the first moto.
Yep.
So we could even if he got third and I got fourth, that moto we had evened up. And then when it went to Loretta's, and then but it didn't. So he pulled a little gap on me. And then Loretta's again, like I've always struggled there, dude. I do not know why. I've always been on a struggle bus at that place.
See, and that's weird because it's kind of hard packed, and that's typically like where you thrive the very most. It seems like we've had that conversation. So I think of Loretta's as a Jeffrey Rastrelli track,
Yeah, and like it's just been like I was always good there when I was younger and like pro-am and early in pro, like I was good, and then just since it's been like been downhill for me. So to know that I broke the Loretta's or the Redbud one, like I kind of broke that curse. Like, I think we're over with. I think we can go to the Loretta's and have a good one. So like last year, the freakish, I was up in the front and I had that weird puncture of my front tire.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
I've never had a puncture in my front tire, the first moto.
Right.
And I fought that thing for 12 minutes with a flat front. And I was flat wore out before I even went out the second moto. Like,
I remember you saying that.
Wrecked. So it was just like one of them weird things, man. Like I think I broke the Redbud one, so I think it's already like we're already carrying good energy into Loretta's, and it's going to be another good race. So
I like it.
Yeah, I'm hyped, but I just wanted to kind of shed light on that because I thought that was like it was pretty cool that it happened. So much negativity happened at that track, and I finally pulled it together and got on the podium. There it was. I think a good step in the right direction. So
yeah, for sure. That sounds awesome. I mean, putting that to bed, putting one curse to bed, or whatever you want to say, and then it's time to do it with another one too. So I do have one more question for you here.
Absolutely.
A little bit outside of the conversation we've had so far, but we've been talking ourselves blue in the face about the Team USA topic, and I wanted to get your opinion because Bryce Ford gets the spot as the third member on the team. We know how that works. It's based on points the year before, all those things. That was
you say it's based on points, and I have something to say about that, but you can go ahead.
So maybe I'll.
It's not gonna be negative. I'm not gonna be super negative.
No.
About it.
Well,
like
no.
I because this is truth. This is in the first year we went. Okay. Me and Thomas were tied for points.
Okay.
When they picked, either tied or I was 2 points ahead, because it was either round. I just did the points the other day because I seen this post.
Got
like,
it. Okay.
Harv or anything like that. Like, I picked them points, and me and like the Ford brothers were backing me at the time in 2017. Ford brothers racing, and John was super pissed they picked Thomas because we were in third, either third or we were like on a tear at the time.
Okay.
Like, really beating up on Thomas pretty good at the time, and I wasn't even like talked about really. It was like Thomas is going, and we were all tore up about that because that was, technically he was third in points, but he wasn't third. I remember this specifically. My mom remembers.
Okay.
Joel remembers, because we were just talking about it yesterday. My wife, we all were like, we kind of got screwed out of the first one.
Okay.
And so that's where, like, I didn't comment on the internet. I didn't want to start a stir, because everybody's going to have their opinion. Everybody's this, and Harv said it was based on points. And the first year that was not the case.
Okay.
And we were not happy.
Well, so I'm glad that you shed some light on that. Here, I'll let you finish there. I'm glad you shed some light on that, though, but it does probably make sense, right? Because Chad has told us on the show a number of times, and I think Thomas has in the past too, even those conversations were farther back. But I mean, Chad and Thomas were the two people that kind of came up with the idea of going, right? So that probably had an impact on that decision, I would think. But I'm glad.
Where it's like, just tell me why, not that it was based on points, because first year it wasn't true.
Got it.
Even the second year, 2018, I'm pretty positive that I was on the podium the first, second, third, and fourth round, and I was ahead of Thomas, and he was getting picked again, but then Joel didn't want to go, or couldn't go because he's having
a baby. Yep.
So then I went, but that was another year that it wasn't based on points again. It was based on whatever you want to say it was based on. And we just weren't happy. Like, we're all working our tails off. I'm third in points.
Yep.
And you just didn't even consider me. And like, there were some terrible points that they were pointing out of why I wasn't considered, that I wore contacts, and it made me less rely. I swear to God, this is not a joke.
Oh,
this
my
is not a joke.
gosh.
Yeah. Chad Wienen wears contacts, dude. Like, you know what I mean? Like, this is not a fighting argument. Like, this is baloney. This was just political, is all it was. And I thought it was, this year it's based on third in points. That's fine. I get it. Bryce was third in points. He was riding better than us at the time. But at the same time, there's another thing you got to think about is, what about backup rider? What if one of these people got hurt? Nobody's talked to anybody about this. Nobody's talked to me about Team USA, period. And I've been a past champion with them. And, that's where I think it's, I was kind of, I don't know, I kind of steered the wrong way with it,
Okay. Yeah.
It's kind of like, it's just kind of frustrated. It kind of frustrated me a little bit. Like, you guys have at least talked to someone else about like maybe having to go if something goes wrong. Like, because what happens, and I don't wish that on anybody. Well, one of the three riders ends up breaking a finger for heck, you don't even know. And then they can't go over there and do what they got to do. Me or Brandon's going to have to go, and they're probably not going to pick Brandon because all Yamahas are over there.
Right.
You're not going to say somebody rides a Honda and put them on a Yamaha, or Nick, but they haven't had that conversation with anyone. It was like, I had to find out on the internet who they were picking for Team USA. And I thought that was kind of baloney. That was just my personal opinion. Like, please chat with me about it, and we could agree to disagree. Put me in the conversation, the top 5 in a conversation, and then go from there. But that's not how that was, and it's fine. But I just think that it could have been dealt with a little bit differently.
So that's what the show is here for. I hope that what you're saying right now impacts things in the future, where, and maybe behind closed doors, even though they haven't talked to you or any other riders, maybe behind closed doors, there is a backup plan. I don't know. Like, hey, Jeff,
and that backup plan, but maybe there is, but what's that backup plan include? They're going to come to me a week before the QXON and say, hey, we need you to go over there and race when I've been sitting on the couch for a month.
Right. Yeah.
So I almost have to have like and it's not, I'm like saying I need money, but like, I need to know that if I'm the backup rider, I just need to go home and like ride my dirt bike and like still road bike and like do some training on my quad and stuff like that, to know like there's a possibility that I might have to go over. Maybe if somebody happens, if with how the COVID stuff is right now, what happens if one of them's sick? and they get tested before they go over there and they're positive for COVID or something, and somebody's got to go. Like, there's so many different outcomes that could happen, and nobody even talked to any of us about it. It's like, I got to be prepared. Like, I'm willing to do that. Like, if they called me and say, hey, we need you to go over here and race for us in QXON. Like,
of course you would.
If I have to race Bryce's bike, I'll race Bryce's bike. If I have to race Joel's, I'll race it. If I have to race Chad's, like, I'll race it. But like, I haven't even talked to them about, and no one else has, and they got to think about that stuff. And that's where I'm a little concerned, personally, with especially just how the COVID stuff is, these regulations with this, that, injuries and stuff happens, so
that's what I was going to say, is that's what the show is here for, right? Like, you probably don't have the ability. You could post it on your own social media channel, but you're not going to, because it's going to create an uproar. It's going to create a stir. But you voicing this right now, hopefully can make the team better in the future. And I will say, I know for a fact that whatever the year would have been, 2007 or 8 or 6 or something in that era, where Ricky Carmichael got hurt leading right up to the event, Motocross of Nations at the time, there was no backup plan. And they decided to have Ivan Tedesco ride for the team, even though he wasn't probably the best pick at the time, but he was Ricky's teammate and Makita Suzuki. And it was able to just, kind of shift over to him, but there was no backup plan necessarily until Ricky got hurt at that time either. So hopefully, I guess what I'm getting at is, hopefully, having had this conversation with you, people like Harv and other people smart people, influential people are going to hear what you're saying here. And hopefully that can make the team better in the future. So what I was going to ask you,
deterred you from your question.
No, dude, not at all. This is great. I guess I wanted your opinion because, one, the emotions and the weight and everything else of what Bryce is experiencing now leading up to the event. And so the one thing that gets me, because I hear and understand and respect and don't even disagree with anything that you've said so far. But the people that are pounding the table, acting like Bryce was some kind of egregious pick when they selected the team, and he was third in points at the time, and he was third in points last year. So kind of answering to them, because I've been on these shows saying riders like Brandon Hogue, riders like Jeffrey Rastrelli, riders like you guys, Nick Janusa, other guys that may be in the running for a position like Bryce is in. At the end of the day, you want to be that guy, right? You want to be the guy in Bryce's spot. You've been that guy. That's why I want your opinion. But I think that it would be good for Team USA, whether you're a Bryce fan or you're a Jeffrey fan or you're whatever, the best thing we can do is band together to build him up. Is it not? So all these people commenting BS and all
everybody's hammering that whole situation about,
dude, and it's not
money and
it's not deserving.
And I mean, you ask me, I mean, at the point, he finished third last year. He, there's the best 3 riders were picked. I mean, I could agree with that. I'm not saying that I wouldn't have liked to be picked. Yes, but
of course,
I'm not going to sit here and bash Bryce because at the time he was third best. And last year he finished third in the points. So for people saying it's all about this or it's all about that, it's about money, it was a money grab, there was this and that, it's total BS. Because I give props to the Fords, because in 2018, if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't probably race QXON, because I rode one of their bikes over there. So like, it wasn't just, they're not just there to help their son, they're there to help Team USA. So like, I can't sit here and say one bad thing about the Forge, because they helped me more than I could have ever asked for. Me and it's funny now that me and Bryce are like the main competitors against each other after all they did for me. And like Ronnie Higgerson that year, unfortunately for him, didn't get to finish the series with the Fords because of some problems, and they had that bike sitting there. And I got selected for Team USA, and I didn't have a bike to go over there. And the Ford's like, just, Baldwin, to get that thing ready to go for him, send him over there. So for people to badmouth them about that whole ordeal, like, I think it's baloney, man. I think it's total BS, and don't think it's right. We need to build him up because, he's Team USA, man. He's picked. I mean,
That's
regardless
exactly
whether
right.
he wanted it or not. And
Right.
I feel like he's definitely feeling the pressure from that right now. I feel like Bryce is, as a young kid, he got selected for Team USA and feels like almost like he's feeling the pressure from that now. And unfortunately, I feel like that's showing a little bit, maybe, because he's had quite the hiatus of not the best rides since that announcement. And I feel like he's putting a lot of pressure on himself. And if I had anything to tell him, even though we're going to the last race where I'm battling him for points, he needs to like relax and do what he knows how to do. Because I personally feel like he has that in the back of his mind going out there every time, that like he's the Team USA and like everybody's hating on him, and he's feeling that pressure. I feel like that is definitely a case with him right now, and he needs to sit back and realize, like, you kind of got to say, not to be mean or anything, screw those people, man. Like, you got to just do you. You're Team USA. You're the pick. You're still, could be the third place guy, and you're feeling that heat and from all these people talking on social media and things like that. And I feel bad for him. But if I had anything to say to him, just do your thing, man. Forget what everybody else has to say about the money or about this or about that, and whatever, like for them to give me a bike is that, like, it's not just about their son, so I don't know, like they're here to try to help the sport, and they're helping their son get over there. I mean, whatever, like I feel bad for the kid, because I feel like it's kind of it's definitely weighing on him.
Well, and that's why I wanted your opinion, because I felt like it was so valuable, because you've been in that position. Maybe different kind of pressure, because he's getting it. It just seems like he's, getting all these stray bullets from all these different angles. And again, it's not deserved. He did nothing wrong. But
he did everything right. And it's just people thinking it's like a money grab for Team USA. And I think that's total BS, man. Like, it's total BS. He was the third best rider last year, and he was third at the time. So he was the pick. I mean, and for me, it'd have been hard for me to go over there. It would have been hard for me to build a bike to go over there. I've been riding the same. I had a bike being built. I could have sent it. But at the same time, like, it'd have been hard for me to go, like, running my own program and stuff, of course. But overall, I think it was the best choice for the team. And I just hope he doesn't, feel this pressure over there like he's feeling it right now. I seriously think that's right now. I think it's his problem. I think it is, like, because I mean, he was performing very well until that announcement, and then that seemed like a kind of decline in his performance. And like, I'm not hating on him. I'm not sitting here bad mouthing him about it, because I know how it is to have that pressure. And like I said, I mean, we're going into the last race when we're all battling for third, and like, it'd be unwise for me to give him any kind of confidence, but like, he needs to get over that pressure. And if that's his problem, if that's what he's feeling, and go ride your four-wheeler, man. Like, so go do what you know to do, and that's all I can say.
So question for you then. So do you think when he gets over there, you get to the Czech Republic, now it changes, right? Because now it's the pressure. Okay. So that's what I was going to ask you. Is it going to be more? Because you go over there and it's your Team USA. Everybody's
against you. Everybody's against you over there. And I mean, they're all friendly, don't get me wrong, but they don't want you to win. They don't want you to come over there and we whoop up on them boys every year, man. It's not like we just like kind of like we win. Like, we whoop up on them. Like, it's bad, and they can act friendly. A lot of people are friendly. A lot of people are nice. They're going to be nice to your face, but they aren't nice, man. They don't want you there. They don't want you to win. I don't care what anybody says. They're ruthless over there. They're going to be waving their excuse my language. You can beep that out. Their flags, and they're going to be cheering on their riders, and they don't want you over there. They don't want you over there to whoop up on them. So, it's going to be more pressure, and it's on you, man. It's year 3, and those motos are long. They're 25 plus 2. They're no joke. So the preparation's even like a really big deal. And for him, like, I don't know, you think he needs to figure out something with the training, because I mean, at Redbud, that first moto, he pulled the parachute halfway through, man. Bad. And it's that these races are 2 laps less, 3 laps less than what's over there, so just and I think it's mental training. I think it's his training. Like, he's been training the same all year. So I think it's just him being mental, and He needs to go out there and just do him, man. He's really he's doing too much thinking in his head as a young kid, and everybody's on him, everybody's hating on him, and everybody's this and everybody's that. And I think it's taking a toll on him, man.
Yeah.
I really think that. And to have it over here and he's maybe struggling a little bit. And like I said, this may not be the case. That's just me as an athlete and seeing what happened since. But if he goes over there and he's getting affected here, I'm scared. I'm scared to have him go over there and think that, I don't know, maybe he feels the pressure too much, and I don't want to see him choke, but he may if he's feeling it over here. So I wish nothing but the best for him, because I am part of Team USA. Like we're in the USA, like we want to be represented well. And
oh yeah,
I hope he does. And I hope he does well. I really do. I'm not trying to obviously say anything negative about him. I just know how it is when we go over there, and it's a lot of pressure, man. It's a lot of pressure. I just came off a back injury when I was there. Like I just fresh off a broken back. And like Harv called me when I just broke my back. So he called me to go over there 2 days after I broke my back. I couldn't even walk. I was walking like the Hunchback of Notre Dame, man. I was bent over. I couldn't walk. I was taking pain pills because I couldn't do anything. And he calls me, and like, man, I was some pressure, man. I was like, I can't even walk. This guy wants me to ride for Team USA. I got like 2 or 3 months to be ready. So the training after the season for the month, I don't even know what the date is for it, but September.
Yeah. Yep. The last weekend in September, I believe. It's
you got an extra month of training,
and
that's a toll on a lot of people too. If he's drained, if he's worn out, if it's taking a toll on him this year, then another month's going to be hectic. So there's a lot of characteristics and a lot of things that can happen. And I hope the best for Bryce. Me and Bryce get along. I don't have any bad feelings with him. I just know the pressure, and he's a young kid, and fresh in his pro career. This is his 3rd year. It's just tough. So I hope the best for him. I hope the best for the Ford family, and hope they stop getting so much hate on the internet, because that's total BS. And don't wish anything like that on him. Like, I don't know, like that just sucks.
So I think that that was a great way to wrap it up, because I have pretty much not constant contact, but a good amount of contact with those guys. I do, some of their press stuff for them and whatever. And I'll tell you that Robin in the family has been steadfast in saying, yeah, if Bryce doesn't end up 3rd or whatever, those other guys deserve it, and so whether it was, Brandon or you or whoever it was going to be, she's been steadfast the entire time. They've been steadfast the entire time, saying whoever deserves it's going to get it. And I think that just people don't give, like, for whatever reason, they just got this bad rap. And then the one thing that I think I want to leave everybody with, because I've been saying it on these shows, is come September 24th and 25th, or I believe that's the date. You and Brandon Hogue and Nick Janusa and Max Lindquist and all these guys that are in the running, and everybody else, everybody listening, the whole ATV community should follow suit. We'll be cheering for those guys. Did you want to be in that position? Yes, you did, but you weren't. And that's not going to stop you from getting behind Bryce Ford and Chad Wienen and Joel Hetrick. You're going to cheer for them on that weekend, like their biggest fans, because that's what we do as Americans. Team USA, those are those guys for that weekend, at least. Yeah. Those are our guys. And until then, I just challenge people. And again, whether you're a Bryce Ford fan or a Jeffrey Rastrelli fan or whoever you cheer for, until that weekend, we should band together and support and build up those guys. That's what I wish.
Absolutely.
And I wish we could challenge everybody to do that.
Like, yeah. And everybody on the internet, like right now, it just happened 2 days ago, I think, with somebody said something on the ATVMX national group on that, and everybody's jumping in and talking smack. And like Bryce and the whole Ford family and everybody sees that stuff. Everybody's a part of that group. So like I think we just need to all obviously band together and stop saying negative things towards the kid, because like everybody hates on it because I feel like they have a really good program, because they are more well off than some, and that's why is that make them bad people? Like that's what makes me so frustrated. I think it's because he was picked because of money, and so what? like, so what did they have money? It's not a big reason he was picked. He was third best last year. He was third at the time. You know, and if they can help the team, they can help the team. You know, what's the big deal? And like they do have a bad, like for some reason people think of the Fords as, you know, not bad people, I guess, but it's like, I think they're more or less jealous because they're well off, you know.
That's it.
And
That's
it is what it is. But they've done a lot for the sport. They've done a lot for me, and never asked for much in return. You know, Robin and John and Bryce and Cody, there's a great family, and Nana. You know, they're good people. They're all around good people. So let's band together and stand with the kid. I mean, he's got to go over there regardless whether they like it or not. He's going. His bike's in the container. It's on its way. You know, so. Yep. We just need to band together and stop being so negative towards the kid in general. And it's good. Go Team USA, you know?
Yeah, there you go. That's a great way to end it. And doesn't matter how much money you have. You can have all the money in the world, and that's not going to buy you third place in points. So nope. I'm sorry, but it's not.
He earned that last year straight up. I mean, he beat me straight up. I mean, that's all there is to it. I mean, like I'm under, you know, like we're having Baldwin Motors this year, and like it's like not like, you know, Baldwin's going to do something for me that he's not going to do for them. I mean, either way, I'm on Baldwin Motor. He wants me to get on the podium too, you know, if I have a chance. Yeah. So, like, yeah, it's like you only do so much to a Yamaha YZ450R. You know what I mean? Like, you only do so much to the thing. It's not like they're running titanium frames and like, it's just crazy to me. So, yeah, he got third and he beat me straight up. So he deserved it, you know, and I just think that, like you said, just in the future need to be, you know, talked to a little more about a backup plan. You know, if something does, you know, go haywire. So, but yeah, thanks, Cody. I appreciate it.
Yeah, that settles that. Jeffrey, congrats on a killer weekend. Of course, the third podium of the year here for you, 24th of your career. So many of us were so stoked to see that. Hopefully you can do it again in Tennessee, break that curse as well, and carry that momentum into 2023. It wasn't long ago, Jeffrey, that you were making your announcement here of this move on the show here. And man, it's been nothing but success since then, it feels like. So it's been awesome to see.
I appreciate it, and I appreciate you having me on here. I love to always shed some light on the weekend and on how my career is going and everything. So yeah, thanks so much, Cody, and thanks Digging Deep ATVMX Podcast for hosting a great show, and you know, the first of its kind in our side of things. So really giving us exposure, and yeah, I can't thank you guys enough for what you do, and yeah, I look forward to the next one.
Yeah, we're nothing without you, pal. So congrats again, buddy. Thanks so much for spending a little time with us, and we'll do it again soon.
Thanks, Cody.
That's Jeffrey Rastrelli right here on the Digging Deep ATVMX Podcast, brought to you by Blendzall. See you, pal.
See you.
Insurance. It's not something everyone likes to talk about, but let's face it, if you race motocross, it's something you should have. Integrated Financial Concepts is an independent financial service and insurance firm who offers moto-friendly insurance and helps out riders like Nick Janusa, Jeffrey Rastrelli, and Joel Hetrick gain confidence on the track. With their unique safe-to-race and safe-to-ride programs, if you qualify, they have the ability to offer life insurance with living benefits to those who ride. With these living benefits, you may have the ability to access a portion of your life insurance policy while you're still living, for things like cancer, heart attack, stroke, or chronic illness. They can also help with many other things, such as home, auto, motorhome, and trailer insurance, as well as college planning, special needs planning, payroll processing, as well as group health benefits for your business. So whether something happens on or off the track, Integrated Financial Concepts has you covered. With their complimentary one-on-one appointments, what are you waiting for? Reach out to Mike Daniele at DANIELE_Michael at nlgroupmail.com today and see how Integrated Financial Concepts can help you. Living benefit riders are supplemental benefits that can be added to a life insurance policy and are not suitable unless you have the need for life insurance. Riders are optional and may require additional premium and may not be available in all states or on all products. This is not a solicitation for any specific insurance policy.
Just like the sport of ATV motocross as a whole, our Digging Deep community is brought together by the love for racing that we all share. Our sport is compiled of many great people, and leading that charge is the Launderville family at Launderville Steel Enterprises and Concrete Supply. This racing-owned family business is a steel and concrete supplier serving the entire United States. Launderville Steel is a full-service steel supplier of new and surplus steel, aluminum, and stainless steel products, headlined by the 4130 chromoly tubing and plate used in the building of chassis for ATVs and UTVs, off-road truck racing, late-model dirt and pro tractor pulling series, drag racing, and more. Launderville Steel loves their racing just as much as we do, but don't forget about their concrete division as well. With over 25 years of experience, the Concrete Division can supply everything you need to complete your next business or personal project. Their central Midwest location enables LSC to easily serve customers across the United States. For a quote, additional info, answers to more of your questions, or to talk a little racing, head over to laundervillesteel.com or give them a call today. We are proud to be partnered with yet another racer-owned company. Thank you, Launderville Steel Enterprises and Concrete Supply. Here at Digging Deep, we have an obvious passion for ATVs and pridefully enjoy sharing the sport's history. Since 2019, when the podcast was born, we've been working to partner with individuals who share our passion, but one man and his vision had been missing from our partnership group. Until now. When it comes to the sport's history, the hallowed grounds of Binky's Forever ATC Museum has it all. Binky Tapscott's mind-blowing collection of 3- and 4-wheelers has preserved history by spanning all makes and models from Honda 3-wheelers in chronological order to unique builds that shaped ATV racing as we know it, like Doug Gust's iconic DRZ-powered hybrid thumper and everything in between. There's no denying Binky's passion, a passion that we certainly relate to here at Digging Deep. Binky's goal is to share his amazing collection with fellow enthusiasts by making his prized possessions accessible to the public via scheduled visits. Follow Forever ATC Museum on Facebook and watch foreveratc.com for further updates on possibly getting a chance to see Binky's Forever ATC Museum for yourself. We are proud to welcome Binky's Forever ATC Museum to the Digging Deep family. We recite on every Digging Deep episode that we are all about aligning with others who share our passion and love for ATVs, and that's exactly what Blendzall is. For more than 60 years, Blendzall Racing Oil has been the secret choice of many championship-winning riders and engine builders. From World Championship kart racing in Europe to California Speedway racing or the mud and rocks of East Coast cross-country racing, thousands of hardcore racers know that nothing out-lubricates or outperforms Blendzall. Even with Blendzall's wide reach into all forms of racing, Blendzall's lead man David Schloss admits that ATV riders are his people. In fact, he's been an ATV enthusiast since 1986 when he first threw a leg over a Suzuki Quad Sport 230. Fun fact, his passion for ATV racing even led him to launch a popular ATV racing magazine in the mid-2000s called ATV Insider. So Blendzall is a small family-owned business that blends and bottles all of its products in Ohio and has ATV roots. Sign us up. That's why Blendzall is the oil choice of the Digging Deep ATVMX podcast. To learn more about Blendzall's rich heritage or to shop Blendzall's full line of 2T and 4T racing lubricants, visit Blendzall.com and follow them at Blendzall on Instagram. Evans Waterless Power Sports Coolant. The best power sports coolant on the market, Evans prevents overheating and boilover so you need not worry about harming your engine or suffering a premature end to your ride no matter what the conditions. Designed for use in ATVs, UTVs, motorcycles, and other power sports equipment, when conditions are at their worst, Evans is at its best. Upgrade to Evans now to avoid overheating and boilover next time you hit the track or trail. Use discount code DIGGINGDEEP20 at checkout to save at evanscoolant.com. Thanks for listening, and remember to support our partners. Now back to the show. All right, back here with Casey Greek on the Digging Deep ATVMX podcast, wrapping up Redbud ATV Motocross National 2022. So we heard from Jeffrey there. He's now fourth in points. He didn't make up any points on Hogue, but he did move up into fourth in points there heading into the finale. One thing I do want to touch on, Casey, we didn't touch on it before. Nick Janusa made up a significant amount of points at Redbud. He is now just 5 points back from that top 5 position in the point standings. And as you know, as our listeners know, we've talked about it enough times, the 8-year pro has never missed the top 5 at the conclusion of any season as a professional. So literally each one of these guys, every one of these guys has something to battle their asses off for at that season finale. And it's going to be fun to watch. I know that Nick doesn't want to be the top 5 guy. He said that, he said as much to us. At the same time, though, you know, in the back of his head, he doesn't want to let that streak end, because top 5 for, you know, every year of your 8 seasons as a pro, pretty darn impressive.
Yeah, for sure. He definitely doesn't want to go backwards by any means. So, you know, I think for him, he's got to, you know, it's going to be, I don't know, Loretta's, you know, it always carries a different, you know, demeanor about it or whatever. There's always some crazy stuff that happens at Loretta's, and you know, we haven't seen a battle this tight for like these positions. I mean, I think last year Nick was sort of in the same position, but I think it was a little bit earlier in the year, and he made some changes and, you know, made stuff happen for himself and got to the position to where he ended up in that 5th again. So it's going to be It's going to be interesting at Loretta's. There's a lot on the line, a lot at stake for Brandon, Jeffrey, Bryce, and Nick right now. I think Max had a less than stellar weekend this weekend for him. First moto technical difficulties, and then second moto, it didn't seem like the normal Max that we would see at a Redbud or like a Sunset Ridge or something like that. So I think Max is a little bit further back in points. Yeah, there's a pretty good gap there. So he's kind of out of that mix and sense for points wise and for what's going to go down. But he could definitely be a thorn in these guys' side and take some points from some guys at Loretta. So it's going to be interesting. I'm excited for Loretta's. Don't know that I can say I'm ecstatic to have the season over with. You know, for me, it's like, wow, we're already done. And it seems every year we get done faster and faster, even though we kind of always end around the same date. It seems like it flies by nowadays. But yeah, it's gonna be a fight for these guys at the last race.
It's going to be, and this has been the battle to watch, you know, for weeks and weeks and weeks at this point. But yes, it's going to be so much fun to watch to see which one of those guys is going to be the one or the ones that outlast the others. I mean, there's, you know, a third, fourth, fifth, and sixth position. Somebody needs to be slotted into each one. It's going to be fun to see how it all plays out. And I couldn't agree more. It seems like the season has flown by. It's wild, but quiet 6-6 day for Bryce Ford at the midway point of that Pro First Moto. Bryce was in a freight train along with Janusa, Hogue, and Rastrelli, but he ended up losing touch with those guys late in the moto. The youngster had every intention of flip-flopping or flipping the script, I should say, in Moto 2, but he was unable to get the start he needed to make that a reality. By the time he had overtook Max Lindquist, who you just touched on, after quite a duel between those two, he was again in sixth place, and the top five was already out of sight. So Bryce Ford has to settle for sixth overall at Redbud. Now he's 13 points back of that top three spot that he was in last year. And obviously he covets so badly, not the way that he wanted that one to go. At the same time, and I said to the Ford Brothers Racing team after the races, all he can go do is smash it at the last round and see how the cards fall. And I think that that's what we're going to have to see from a rider like Bryce Ford, who's going to have to throw everything but the kitchen sink out there to try to get back into that top three spot.
Yeah, and I think really, I mean, there's a lot of weight that's carried on that top three spot. And at this point, it's like I told Bryce, I'm like, all the weight's gone. It doesn't matter at this point. Like, you're going to Europe. That's set in stone. All that stuff's done. And all you can do is take what you've learned this year and then just apply yourself and everything, all your focus, everything into Loretta's, and have the best race that you've had all year. And let the cards fall where they do. The pressure is completely off. And I think that's kind of what there's so much hype about this. Who's third place and, you know, the third position and who's going to replace Thomas Brown and all that kind of stuff. And I think, you know, Bryce is young. He's mature, but I think there's still some learning and growing to do. And that's okay. Like it's fine. And I just keep trying to tell him, like, dude, it's okay. Like, if you end up fifth in points this year, it is what it is. But go out and smash it at Loretta's, and that's all you can do. And leave the season on a high note. Get rested up, you know, and then kind of get back into some fighting groove. And then we'll go over to Quad Cars and Nations, and we'll end the year on a good note. And then you can build and be ready for next year. I mean, Bryce's story this year is crazy, and I think maybe we'll do like a season review or something down the road. I mean, and we can kind of discuss some of the craziness that's went on with a lot of these guys. I mean, I have such good relationships with so many people. Obviously, I have to get some approvals by people to share everything, but I think that it would make a cool wrap up show for the season or whatever it is, and really get some cool stuff out there and dig deeper into these guys' lives.
Yeah, for sure. I can't wait for that. That sounds like an awesome idea to me. But yeah, I think that that's a great way to put it. I think that that's great advice and great insight there. You know, if you're Bryce Ford, you obviously want to end the season strong. I think obviously you want to end the season strong at Loretta's, our American AMA ATV motocross season. And then, you know, when he goes and kills it at the Motocross of Nations, at the Quad Cross of Nations, that's going to be the thing that blankets everything else. That's how he's going to remember this season, is going and doing that and hopefully doing really well. And none of this other stuff is going to matter. I don't think, you know, there's been some trials and tribulations out there, but riders, you know, that just happens. So credit to Bryce for holding his head high. I touched on that earlier in the episode in our Impact Solutions Impact Moment, so I don't need to get into that again. But 6-6 day for him, and he's going to be looking for more at the finale at Loretta Lynn's. So Casey, you're sitting here with a Stanfield Motorsports shirt on. Logan Stanfield absolutely slayed it this weekend. Kind of a makeshift home race for him there at Redbud, just up the road from him in Indiana. 7-8 moto scores. He ran with Bryce Ford and Max Linkus for a good share of that Pro Moto 2, 7th overall for him. And now he's up to 8th in points. I can't say enough about Logan Stanfield on this day. He absolutely killed it.
Yeah, I think it was a great day for Logan. I think he proved to himself that he can get up there and run in the next tier or the next pack of guys. And, he didn't start in front of those guys to run with them. He actually caught up with those guys with Max and Bryce. And so it was almost like a chills moment. Like we've seen lots of flashes out of Logan, and we've seen him run very well and get himself into, good positions. And it's not a knock on him, but it's usually stemmed from a very good starting top 3 or 4 or 5 or whatever. And we know Logan, when he starts there, he can finish up into that area. But I think this was really cool, and I think it was a confidence booster, and it might be exactly what Logan needs to push himself to the next level and get in there. And he started, making some grounds on some guys, and he really separated himself. And I think it was a stellar weekend for Logan. He was pretty stoked after the race, and it was good to see, and kind of give him a pat on the back and just tell him like, yeah, that was what we expect from you, is to get in there and do those kind of rides.
And I love that. I love that about what we're doing here and breaking down all the races and the positions and stuff like that, because very similar thing happened at Sunset Ridge. I can't remember if he finished maybe 6th or 7th overall, but he had a really good day. And after the races, I was standing there talking to him. He had an ice cream cone in his hand and he was beaming. He was so happy with how he did. And I love bringing attention to these guys when they do really well like that. I think that is a gap that maybe had existed in our sport before kind of what we're doing here. So absolutely stoked on how he did it. He's the best kid. I love that guy. So stoked with how he did there. 7th overall for Logan Stanfield. Rookie of the year to be Zach Decker, had a good solid day for him as well. 8-9 scores for 8th overall. Veteran-like day for Zach Decker, Casey. And he's been, we're seeing that more and more from him, which is a great sign as he kind of wraps up his rookie year here as a professional ATV racer.
Yeah, for sure. And I don't think it was, on paper, it's definitely, we've talked about it till we're blue in the face. It's not the day that Zach wanted, but it's honestly one of his better results for the year. But getting thrown into that, it's a lot different than racing Pro-Am on Sunday, say. And so his first year pro at Redbud, I think this is a good result for him in that sense. It was rough. I mean, it's hard to explain if you weren't there on how brutal this track was. And so I think probably halfway reality sets in, like, holy crap, like this is so different than like any other place. And I think the track, they got more sand in the track right now. Obviously they're prepping for the Motocross of the Nation that's going to be held there this year again. And so, no, I think it was a good day for Zach, and it's something to continue to build on. And I think that's what the mindset Zach needs to have right now, is just realizing, and it's not these 13ths and these bad results for him.
Yeah. I think that you kind of shed some light on something there too, because, when you're an A rider, or you're in the, the youth classes, or you're even in Pro-Am, and you're as good of a rider as Zach Decker is, you got to worry about like 1 or 2 guys. And when you get to the pro class, that you're going to be in a dogfight with 15 other guys for the duration of the moto. Like there's nowhere to run and hide out there. I often think to myself now, when I'm going to the gate for an amateur race, I'm like, hey, like you have nothing to worry about. You're not a pro anymore. You don't have to go down the line and say, okay, I have no chance of beating 7 of these guys. I have to ride really hard to beat a couple of these guys, it's funny how that works. So,
and I think And the track on Sunday is a completely different track. Is it still rough? Is it still got, bumps and braking bumps and all that stuff? Absolutely. But it's not the same as Saturday. I mean, even watching them prep the track Saturday night for Sunday to prepare it for Sunday, the prep was completely different. It wasn't nearly as deep. The track, lap time wise, were considerably better on Sunday. And, and we've seen that. But at the same time, you want to speed the lap times up for Sunday. Everyone wants out of there by Sunday. The track crew, the owners, the promoters, and then all of us as racers and vendors and everything. So we want to speed the process along, and you can do that if each moto is 10 seconds shorter than the last one. Like, that's going to help us get people in the gate and back on the bike, and and on the track and back out, and so we can get out of it a little bit earlier. A lot of us have long drives home and different things, so they do that on purpose. There's a reason that they groom different, and technically there's less bikes on the track, say Sunday, than there is Saturday too, and that's part of the game and why these guys are professionals and what they do. So good day for Zach, and I think definitely something to build on for next year.
Yeah. And I often think, what you have on a Saturday, on a pro race day, you have basically like an hour and a half or more where the track is getting absolutely thrashed by the fastest ATV riders in the world. So that is a key factor when you're talking about the track conditions as well. So 9th overall for Cody Ford, he actually was forced to overcome a mechanical issue in the morning there that forced him to sit out of the first qualifier. I was kind of scratching my head there at watching him walk around the infield during that first qualifier. I was a little dumbfounded. So I went over and figured out that he was having a bike problem. He got out there for the second moto. He overcame that. It's going to take more than just a little issue like that to fluster the foreman, like they call him. But good job for Cody. Max Lindquist podiumed here last year, but it wasn't meant to be this year. He had an issue in the first moto there, a mechanical issue of some sort that resulted in him basically rolling around for the duration of the moto. You touched on that already. Casey, did you have any idea on what was going on there? Did you get any insight into that at all?
I believe it was something with transmission, which is insane for a Yamaha to have. I mean, those things got like a diesel transmission in them. So, but I don't know the full extent. It was just like, cause he kept going, but he said like when he was shifting to third, sometimes it would engage and sometimes it wasn't. So was it a shift fork or something like that? I don't know. 100%. I'm sure they got to get the thing tore apart, get it figured out so they can get moved into the right direction. And I'm sure we won't see that happen. I think that motor, from what I heard, I went to the Pro Sport podium and Max was there and I talked with him just vaguely as we were kind of passing. He said that motor is the motor that he's had trouble with all year, but everything in it's been replaced. The cases were replaced, everything, but it's just like those bare bones has kind of been his nemesis this year. So I think that motor will not be in the machine for Loretta's if I was to bet.
Okay. Well, I think that anybody that's done this long enough just knows there's bikes, there's frames, there's motors that are just quirky and you can't figure out why they don't work and you keep trying. And we've all probably been there. So actually, I really wanted to take him for my fantasy team. And the reason why I didn't is because I thought that was a new quad this week. And so I was a little worried, things pop up with new quads or whatever. But yeah, I don't know. I was able to negate that. I think that Brooke picked him and it didn't take long into the first moto there. I love Max, always cheering for him, but to see that he was having a problem, Brooke was pretty gutted. So yeah, not a good weekend for people that had him on their fantasy team, but he was able to salvage his day with a 7th in Moto 2, which would earn him top 10 overall position. And he wants to go out with a bang at Loretta's to get that bad taste out of his mouth. I think he podiumed at Loretta's last year, didn't he? I'm almost certain.
Yeah, I believe so. I think he podiumed the last 3 last year.
The last 3 prior to Briarcliff. Yeah.
Yeah. I guess. Yeah.
Or no, was it 2? Was it Redbud and Loretta's that he podiumed, right? Or did he podium 1 going into there? I don't know. So either way, he did podium Redbud and Loretta's. That I know for fact. So yeah, he's going to want to go grab another podium at Loretta's this year. Patrick Chiarini, he ends up 11th overall, 10-11 for 11th for him. Cesar Jimenez, Casey, he was super impressive. He actually, we just talked about fantasy. I'll do it again for all the people that hate that we do that. Cesar Jimenez was super impressive. He won his tier in ATV fantasy. He was a staple of the top fantasy teams on this weekend, 11-12 for 12th overall, but he raced hard the entire race. He raced hard until the end. And that's key in that area of the class there, especially at Redbud where it's so whooped, where you got guys that start rolling around. So great job for Cesar Jimenez. I don't know if you watched him at all, but he slayed it. He was still racing hard until the end. And that's all it took to earn him a good finish and be, the top rider in the 4th tier of ATV fantasy.
Yeah, I think that's good for Cesar. Cesar's had, not the year that I think he was hoping for by any means. And so, just crazy things. I haven't really got to talk to him a whole bunch, but you can see it. there's just this is, I think, his best result of the year. So yeah, definitely 12. And that tier is tough. Vince has had some good races, and, Vince is usually my go-to pick. He's been sort of the consistent guy there. And at times, sometimes the only guy really that was actively racing that weekend. Like we've seen Cesar, he skipped out on Pleasure Valley, maybe get some things healed up and kind of reevaluate and get back out there. And it obviously paid off for him this weekend.
Yeah, he killed it. Speaking of that tier in ATV fantasy, this next guy was the 5th most picked rider in ATV fantasy at Redbud. And I had so many people talking to me about what a curveball he was when it comes to the game on Saturday. Another storyline that we were tracking coming into the weekend was this Irishman and the reigning Quad Cross of Nations champion for Team Ireland, Mark McClernand. And he rode one of Max's quads. We kind of previewed it coming into the weekend. He ends up 13th overall with 12-13 scores. Great job for Mark. But like I said, there was a lot of ATV fantasy believers that believed in him, put them on their team. I was one of them. And yeah, it was probably an awesome experience for him. We're trying to get him on the show, but awesome experience for him to get over here and race Redbud. I really want to hear what he thought about his weekend and Redbud and racing these guys on the US soil here. But he was an awesome addition to the class. It was a fun storyline to track throughout the weekend.
Yeah. And I think it's awesome. The more international flair that we get, the more, the press that we get overseas and the more press they get for being here. So, we see it with Patrick Chiarini, Cesar, there's a lot of guys that come over, and VTech was here last year, and hopefully we can get him to return next year. And
I hope so.
We're really got a good mix of international guys and, American guys. So, and they're coming here and they're learning a lot, and they're taking that stuff back to Europe with them. And I guarantee you their speed is got to be, it's continuing to get better and better. I don't think Mark come over here to finish 13th. I think he really wanted to try to put an imprint and get, definitely break into that top 10.
Yep.
But at the same time, I think he picked one hell of a race to show up to.
Yeah.
In reality, maybe Pleasure Valley or, a couple of those different tracks might have been Briarcliff or something might have been a better choice. But, the way the cards fall, this is the one he came to, which the track is iconic. And I think for anyone, especially when you're in Europe, and I think we're a little spoiled here, but, it's just Redbud to us. I think we respect it and we love it and it's a beautiful place. But I think when you get outside of the US, Redbud is like the epitome of American motocross. So I think it's a target on everyone's, bucket list to be able to come over and ride it. And I'm very glad he did. And hopefully even next year we get to see him even some more, or, we're obviously going to see him when we go over to Quad Cross Nations here soon.
Yeah. I have to tell myself that when we're there, like, hey, when the Motocross of Nations is here in 2 months or whatever, like you're not even going to be able to see, I was at that last one. I don't know if you were, but no. You literally, it was standing room only on the entire facility. Like you could not walk 1 foot in front of you and see open grass. And it felt like you were in Europe. It felt like Europeans outnumbered Americans, even though we were in Southern Michigan. Like it was absolutely wild. So yes, what an honor, what a privilege it is to be able to race an ATV motocross event at Redbud. And then talking about Mark, I knew he had some stuff kind of working against him. He doesn't ride a Yamaha. He was showing up and riding, Max's quad for the very first time. He rides a Suzuki hybrid over there. Suzuki chassis, Honda motor hybrid is what he rides in Europe. He flew in, he flew from there to here on Thursday. So, that like, there's some, I knew that there were some factors there. I still put him on my team. I was still a believer, and I thought it was cool. I mean, he said to me going into the weekend, he shot a couple messages back and forth with me and said, hey, my goals are top 10. If I could get into the top 10, if I could be around the top 10, I would be really happy. And I think, like you said, I mean, especially I would think that there would be some nerves, right? Like, those guys look at, American ATV motocross, like it's up on a pedestal. And I would think that there was some nerves there. So going forward, he said that he wants to come back. He did message me once or twice since the weekend. He said he definitely wants to come back. He feels like that wasn't the full showing of what he's capable of. So he wants to come back and show what he's truly capable of. So looking forward to getting him back here, hopefully in the future. That'll be fun to watch. But so then kind of wrapping everything up here, Casey, rounding out the field was Vince Merman, who went 14-14 for 14th, and Marshall Smith, who suffered a motor issue, but got out there for that second moto and scored a few points. So one of the other main storylines that we haven't got to yet, that we were tracking coming into the weekend, leads me into our amateur coverage, and that was the battle for Pro-Am. So Dane Molander came into the weekend with a 2-point lead, and he performed in the clutch by grabbing the win, extending his points lead to 9 heading into the Loretta Lynn's finale. But that wasn't as easy as it looked in the box score. Pro-Am Moto 1 saw Aaron Salinas outduel Dane Molander for an unforgettable win. It was one of the best motos I feel like we saw of the year so far, especially in that class. And then in the early stages of Moto 2, roles were reversed. It was going to be really fun to see what happened, because Dane Molander led Aaron Salinas, who was shadowing him. So it was absolutely perfectly inverse of that first moto. But then Aaron Salinas suffers a crash, and that would change the landscape of everything and allow Dane to cruise in for that W there. But Aaron is actually lucky that the Pro-Am point structure or whatever is amateur scoring, because his 110 moto scores still earned him 4th overall. So luckily, he's facing a bigger deficit than he would like, up to 9 points here, but it's still within shouting distance ish. He still has a chance going into the weekend there. And then Joe Chambers came in second this weekend, but he still finds himself 13 back of the lead here. So shout out to him. Shout out to Tino Abatiello for his first podium of his Pro-Am career. But yeah, Casey, awesome. I guess I gave you the whole synopsis there, but awesome racing we saw in Pro-Am. And yeah, now Dane Molander, he's in the driver's seat, squarely in the driver's seat, going into Loretta's with that 9-point lead.
Yeah, I think you summed up everything I have written down for my Pro-Am notes here. Like, you just that's exactly what, it's a 9-point gap. I mean, Dane come through clutch, gutted for Aaron in that sense. I mean, both those guys really are shining at the right time, I would say. And this Pro-Am battle was tight. I mean, it's real tight. And I'm glad Aaron's okay. I watched his crash. I really didn't get to see it, because they're kind of shadowed by the edge of the track and some fans that were standing there. But I seen him get tossed and roll and flip and stuff, and I could tell he was a little slow getting up. And I talked to him after, and just gutted for him in that sense. This is a cool battle to watch. It's good for the sport. And both these guys deserve, moto wins and race wins and championship in this class. They're both kind of set themselves into that. We've lost a couple guys throughout the season that were up there and could battle. I think Chambers is still battling an injury. I seen him on Saturday. He podiumed on Saturday, and he was pushing his quad up and, kind of favoring his hand. So you still got to give that guy a lot of credit. He's got a lot of grit in Chambers and putting himself in the positions that he has. And I think he's still an active member in both championships at the moment.
Oh yeah, for sure. And in that second moto in Pro-Am, he came from a long way back to finish second. in second overall. So credit to him. But yeah, I mean, obviously it's a heartbreaker. I'm gutted for Aaron, because if he was able to get by Dane, he was going to be the points leader by a single point going into the finale. And, and even if he would have finished second and Dane would have got the overall win there, Aaron was going to be within 5. And that obviously is a little easier to overcome than a 9-point gap.
So 9. Yeah,
exactly. So a lot to ask there going into the finale, but I think that it's worth noting we saw some awesome racing in those classes. I think both Dane and Aaron are going to be future stars in the pro class as we look forward here. So this is one thing I'll ask you while I have you. I didn't have it in my notes here, but we got some listener questions on the last episode that I included, asking which of those guys are going to go pro next year. Do you have any insight into that at all?
In all honesty, I think it's still both. I think it's up in the air for both of them.
Okay.
I haven't even really, it's been a question all year with Dane. We've been talking about it, and it's like literally Monday he's going pro, Tuesday he's going to stay down and do pro sport and pro am again. It's a day by day. There was some talk of Aaron actually going pro this year, and because of his school schedule and stuff like that, trying to get back for school and different things. Yeah. So I think there's a likely chance that they both go up, and I think there's a likely chance that they both stay down. And I don't have any factual information. I will do some digging and see if I can get some maybe more solid answers, so I could answer that question a little bit more educated.
Well, we're kind of in that pocket right now where everybody tries to be secretive with that kind of thing. And like you said, I mean, it's not always a decisive, yes, we're going pro next year kind of thing. It's a big jump to make. And I remember, I think you told me at the beginning of the year, you're like, is Aaron on the list? Is he going to go pro? And so I was anxiously waiting to see if that would happen, and it didn't. But I think that was the right decision for Aaron, because he stepped up in a major way from last season to this season. And down the stretch here, he was the hottest rider. I mean, was awesome on the show. And since then, I think he was the hottest one of them all, as he kind of shrunk the gap in that class and got it down to 2 points going into the Redbud. So Redbud didn't go the way that he wanted, but he's been slaying it. And man, I've been thinking about this a lot lately. I haven't talked to you about it, but Aaron Salinas might be the rider that, just without any numbers, without looking at any info, just kind of off the top of my head, stands out to me as our Rising Star Award winner. Maybe he's the favorite for that as we look to gift that to somebody or award somebody that here at the end of the year. We had JJ Launderville 2 years ago. It was Dane Molander last year. It's almost like Aaron stands out to me more than anybody, just because of the jump he made from last year to this year.
Yeah, for sure. And I think I was going to say kind of be tight between him and Dane, really, but I did forget that Dane got it last year. So, yeah, I think Aaron's definitely a good candidate for that. I think Chambers, in all honesty, I mean, he's a good candidate or a possibility there for, some thinking on you. I mean, obviously late in this season and looking at results and points wise, Aaron's sitting second in both of those pro sport and pro am championships. And I think another candidate, if he didn't end up hurt, the jump that Blair Miller made this year would have been a good candidate. So maybe we see, these guys. I think Chambers is going to stay pro sport pro am, or I'd assume, in a sense.
I would think
and
so.
And I know Blair's going to come back next year, pro sport pro am. So those guys might be good candidates for that next year. But yeah, I think Aaron's definitely your top pick in that sense.
I'm glad that you mentioned Blair too, because I thought about him this last week a lot, and leading up to Redbud as well. But how, we see how fast this class is, and he was kind of the guy taking charge at the beginning of the year, so to think about a class with him back in there, obviously we wish he wouldn't have been hurt, but it would have sure been a lot of fun to watch with him dicing it up with these guys as well down the stretch here with this championship hanging in the balance.
Oh yeah. I think we'd have some serious stuff going on right now. I mean, we already got such a deep field in the pro sport and pro am classes, and Blair was just adding to that, and adding the Blair flavor that Blair brings to the table is always exciting. And, his podium speeches are always fun to hear, and it's good. I mean, kind of going towards like pro sport in a sense, or not to completely jump off of the Pro-Am program, but
No, you're
you know,
good.
Brett having his worst result of the year. No shot to his own in that sense. I think it was mechanical, both motos for him, but a 15th isn't what we see when you see Brett's kind of been the picture of consistency in that pro sport class, and that's why he has a 21-point lead. But Aaron kind of racking off a couple wins late in the season here has really solidified himself there. And then, you know, JJ Launderville, first year in pro sport, you know, and putting himself in a good position. And really, I mean, for JJ, it's almost his first year on a 450. Obviously, he rode 450 last year, but he got hurt fairly early in the season. And to come back this year, you know, he's third in points there, and he's leading production A by 4 points, and he's leading 450A by 29 points. So I think, you know, for him, it's huge. And I think another notable spot here, and not to just completely jump all over the place, but Peyton Lingle, sort of coming out of retirement or whatever you want to call it, to, I mean, really being impressive.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Obviously, he's been killing it. And when you're racing each weekend, he's going up against a guy like JJ Launderville, who's on this major upswing as a, you know, future star of the sport. Yeah, tall task for him to overcome, racing with JJ Launderville there. And he's been killing it. So he's been a great addition back to the series. Shout out to SSI Decals, who he works for, which that's awesome to see him. He just eats, sleeps, and breathes ATV motocross. I'm sure he was working at SSI and wasn't able to get away from ATVs. So he decided to, you know, get some quads or get his quads back together, however that worked out, and go back racing, which is awesome. I think that's something that so many of us can relate with, and, you know, just we're bit by the bug and can't get away from this thing. But yeah, Casey, that was a perfect transition there, kind of away from, you know, our top amateur classes to the rest of them. So do you have anybody else, Casey, that you want to shout out, or anybody else that stood out to you in our amateur classes at Redbud? You already touched on Brett Musigs, who didn't have the weekend that he wanted, but I believe that his father told me that, you know, he did already have that pro sport title wrapped up. Obviously, he already had 25 plus wrapped up. I think I said earlier, I think that he's the hottest non-pro in the sport right now. He could easily, you know, if he just kept that riding, he could put himself clearly, you know, somewhere up inside tier 3 or whatever in the pro class without any issue. So yeah, it's been awesome to see him, you know, kind of back full swing in this ATV motocross thing. And then there's a lot of other guys that had good weekends and have good seasons so far as well. So do you have anybody else that stood out to you that you want to shout out from Redbud?
I think this one's notable, and I think it's going to hit home for you. And I think just by saying that, you're already going to know who I'm talking about. But it was awesome to see Sky Volkamer back out there. Haven't seen him in a long time. I still have a concrete rock in my front yard from his dad and him from years ago.
I have one sitting like 4 feet from me at the foot of my desk right here. So yes.
Yeah. So, you know, these guys and you and your dad are the ones that kind of organized that for them to make me that rock. It has my last name on it. And if they listen, or if they're listening, like, I still got it. It's literally sitting in my front yard right now. It's probably due for a paint job. It's probably been 5-6 years now that I've had it, but it's still holding strong. But really, the one thing I do want to touch on is the 250 classes. And I'm not going to go through, I have a lot of notes written down, but I know we're going long. But something that I'm going to try to bring up in the medium this year is I want to try to figure out a way to showcase these classes, or one of these classes even, you know, before the pros or after the pros or whatever, and kind of do, yes, it's going to make the program a little bit longer. Yes, they're going to have to ride 2 of their motos in one day, whatever it is. But I think every one of those riders, they are insane. Those classes, I mean, I have like top 3 written down, but it's not just top 3. It's so deep in those classes right now. And I watched pretty much every one of those motos this weekend.
Okay.
And none of them were boring. Every one of them was just like a freaking all-out war and battle to the last couple laps in the entire time. So to me, I think if we took, say, Youth All-Star, just because it's got a cool name, and we put it right before the pros or right after the pros, and we do some sort of, you know, we kind of announce maybe the top 10 or the top 5 riders in it, and do a parade lap or something mild like that. I think it would be awesome to showcase some of that. I mean, obviously Pro-Am is sort of our 250 class.
Yep.
And if we're basing off a pro motocross,
to dirt
should
bikes.
I say?
Yeah. Yep.
But I still think these kids, they are putting it on the line and they're going so fast. It's incredible.
Well, and the thing that's worth mentioning there is year after year now, this has become a very normal thing where you have these top 250 riders and they're able to basically like get into the 450 classes and do very well, whether it be in the A class or pro sport or whatever, very quickly. So I do think that's a great idea, because I think that that's important to me. That's something that we've kind of preached about on these shows, is we want our listeners and we want fans of the sport to know these riders before they go pro, right? Like we want some cheering interest before they go pro or even to Pro-Am. So I feel like that fits totally in line with kind of what we're all about here on the show here.
Yeah. And I've had this feel for a long time and, over the years, and I want to like showcase them and like, let's build their confidence even more. Give them notoriety. I think it's going to be awesome. And I'm going to push for it. If it happens, I have no idea, but I'm going to shoot for it for sure. And I think I know at least everyone that's in the classes are going to stand behind me on it.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's a great idea. Yeah. I'm eager to hear what happens there at the meeting. So that'll be awesome looking to the future. And one person I do have to mention here before we get out of here is Kinsey Osborne. So we heard about her when she came on the last show or last race review show anyway. And she talked about moving up to the B class here at Redbud, and she freaking slayed it. So we saw her do this at Briarcliff, but to do it at Redbud on the conditions that Redbud is, on a track that isn't owned by her family, and she goes out in the first moto, and I believe she got second in her qualifier, and then she got fourth or fifth in the second moto. I believe she got fourth. Casey's telling me. I didn't have the info right in front of me. All I knew is she slayed it. People were talking about it all weekend long, and people coming up to me and talking, saying how freaking Kinsey Osborne, how she was slaying it in the B class on the roughest track of the year and all these things, dude. She is incredible. Not only is she awesome on the show, she has completely come out of her shell since we had her on at Daytona, and now we had her on, in the last couple of weeks. But man, to think about what she could be capable of. She's a 16-year-old going to be junior in high school, and this is what she's doing. She's going to be the Angela Moore or maybe even better. Like it's wild to think of what she could be capable of looking to the future here. I don't want to race her. Casey, I don't want to race her.
There you go. Me either. That's why I shouldn't do this stuff. But I think at one point she was in position or was very close to almost winning the overall. And looking at the results right now, Tristan Chaney, he went 4-1 and she went 2-4. Which, okay. I mean, really, it ended up putting her fourth overall, but I mean, she was right there and she really could have done it. And I mean, her lap times were good. She really was in a position that she might have almost got an overall there. So hopefully she does it at Loretta's and continues to build on that and pushes herself to that position to where she can, continue to do more and more, say, in that sense and race that. And I think at some point we see her move up into the A class. We've seen Andrea is in the A class now and she does very well too. So, those two are very close in speed and they battle all the time. So yeah, looking at, results here, her first moto, I mean, her lap times were right on par with Tom's. So, good for her. And I think, it's definitely it's cool. I mean, Kinsey's obviously, like you said, she's come out of her shell. I've grown to I consider her dad Jeremy to be a good friend of mine now. We talk often, and it's really cool. And I think it's going to continue to do great things for the sport.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Okay, so we touched on the Rising Star Award. This is something we have not talked about at all. I didn't even prompt you on it. We give out one other award. It's Most Improved Pro. Few options, I would think. I mean, Joel Hetrick isn't going to win the award, but he's improved this year. Jeffrey Rastrelli was a guy that got mentioned a ton last year. He took another jump this year, I think. 3 podiums. He's another guy that I would say is in the list of guys who, could be up for the award. I think Michael Allred was very much in the conversation. He would be one of the two favorites for the award, I think, prior to his injury. He was absolutely killing it when he went out of the series. So credit to him. I can't say enough about him. But
who ended up getting it last year?
Cody Ford.
Wesley? Cody got it last year. Okay.
Cody Ford, we broke down the numbers. There was a big debate there. We broke down the numbers. He improved numerically the best. Wesley absolutely killed it as well. I don't have the numbers in front of me. Haven't broken down any numbers. Haven't done anything like that. But I would have to think that Brandon Hogue is the slam dunk, easy pick. I think I just named all the guys that would even be in contention for it. And I think Brandon Hogue is going to end up being, when the dust settles at Loretta's and we break down the numbers, I would think that Brandon Hogue is going to be the odds on favorite and the absolute slam dunk pick, because I think the eye test tells us that nobody improved more this year than Brandon Hogue did. I mean, he's shadowing the top two at some of these races. He podiumed 3 of 4. Man, he's grabbed another gear on this Music Racing and Repair team. I know that they have every intention. They are bringing him back for next year. So stability in his program is going to be a great thing for him. And I think that he's definitely going to be the Digging Deep Most Improved Pro Award winner. I would think would be Brandon Hogue.
Yeah, looking at it right now, points wise, he was 6th last year and he's in 3rd right now. So, I mean, I think that's going to be one of those. And overall, I mean, his riding's better this year and he's putting it down. So I think Brandon is a great candidate for that, but I think we're not supposed to spill the beans early, are we?
No, I mean,
it's supposed to be a surprise.
Things could happen at the last race, but yeah, I as I looked at the stuff here, and again, Michael Allred would be the closest competitor, I would think. I would like to see, and I will break this down at some point, to see where, Mike, say he raced 6 races or however many races he raced this year. I would like to know how many points better he was these races he raced last year versus like the 6 races he raced, last year or whatever, just to make it an even evaluation. So we'll break that all down. No cats out of the bag there, but it's going to be hard to bet against Brandon Hogue. Last question for you, Casey, before we get out of here. So Joel Hetrick has a 28-point lead. He's likely going to get the title next week. Could very well, very easily do it in the first moto. Brandon Hogue is plus 10 points over the rest of the field in the battle for 3rd. So obviously he's in the driver's seat for the top 3 spot. And Dane Molander is plus 9 in the chase for the Pro-Am title. So do all 3 of those storylines go according to plan? Does Joel win the title, Hogue finish 3rd in the championship, and Dane win the Pro-Am national championship? Does all things go according to plan? Or, does maybe one of the 3 not happen and that breaks it up? So tell me, is it likely that they're all going to happen, or are we going to see some change here? Because I was not going to go down this list, Casey, and be like, well, is Joel going to win the title? Is, Hogue going to be top 3? Wasn't going to do that. But do you think odds are all 3 of those things going to happen? Or is that how you see it going down at Loretta's next week?
In the boring answer, there's a good possibility it goes that way, but I personally think maybe one of those things could change.
Oh, shoot.
And I'm not going to say what it is,
okay.
But I think we got to have that option there, just because I think if you just say, yeah, guaranteed it's all locked, then something's going to go awry. So I think you just go with, there's an option that maybe one thing changes and we just ride that wave. I mean, that's a tough spot to be in. I mean, there's a lot riding on all of that for every one of those guys. And I think that's the excitement of racing, obviously. And that's the excitement of all the different battles and all the craziness that we have going into Loretta's. I mean, obviously Joel's in a pretty dang good position. Mm-hmm. So I think we're going to be able to pat him on the back fairly early on Saturday of next weekend. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to watch. I'm always hesitant. I don't speak in decisives, especially, or definitives, I should say, especially because I don't want to jinx any of these guys. But
that's exactly where I'm at.
Right. But crazy things always seem to happen at Loretta's. It never goes
for sure
according to plan. So we'll see how it all goes down. And one thing to track. So I've been watching the dirt bike stuff this week, and I wanted to see what the infrastructure looked like. It looks just like Loretta's. The track looks the same. The infrastructure looks the same. Everything looks the same after the devastation of last year. But people continue to say that it seems more hard packed than years past, slipperier for the bikes than years past. So that's going to be one thing to track. I wouldn't be opposed to maybe a little blue groove out there this year, because that's something we typically don't see at Loretta's anymore. Typically it's pretty darn rough, but we might see a little more hard packed than we're used to. That might be a thing just based on what the guys are saying on the dirt bike coverage these last couple of days. So we'll see how that all plays out.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't watched any of the live coverage. I've been checking the results and obviously seeing some reels and different stuff on social medias. But Loretta's don't get credit for how rough it actually is. I truly don't think a lot of people, ever give it the credit that it deserves with how rough it really gets there. But yeah, I mean, a couple hard pack corners and stuff makes for good passing. I'm all in.
Yeah, I'd love that. But man, the short shoot or whatever they call that straightaway before the 10 Commandments is like the roughest straightaway on the circuit, I swear.
Yeah, it's brutal. So it'll be good. And I mean, hopefully we get good weather. I mean, Redbud, I don't think we could have had any better of weather.
Honestly.
And I talk, not to go completely into it, but I talked to a customer of mine. He's like has some farm equipment and stuff, and has a side-by-side that has suspension on it. And we were talking, and he knows nothing about this stuff. I was like, oh, I'll be in Michigan this weekend. But our story, the reason we're talking about it, I'm like, yeah, it's done nothing but rain at my house, the shop, everywhere. It's just rained. It just seems like every day it's rained. And he's like, yeah. He's like, the farmers are pissed, but I love it. We haven't gotten any rain at all. And I'm like, well, we're coming to town, so we're probably going to get some rain. And the weather was just absolutely beautiful. So hopefully that trend continues. We go to Loretta's and we don't just have a freaking swamp all week, and we can really enjoy that. And I know a lot of people use the majority of their vacation time to be down there. So looking forward to that. Unfortunately, I won't have the family with me this year. I was looking forward to it all year. It's just kind of not in the cards for me right now. It's a huge financial undertaking to rent a cabin and do all that kind of stuff. So we have some stuff planned. My off season this year is probably going to be one of the craziest. We're going to go spend some time with my grandmother after Loretta's. And so that's kind of taken the precedence of us coming to Loretta's. And then obviously go to the Czech Republic for Quad Across the Nations. And then my boy, Tim Detling, TDR, he's getting married in December, so we're gonna make the trek down to Cancun and nice. Go enjoy a week with no kids, just me and the wife. So kind of put a hamper on our little mini vacation that we do at Loretta's, but I'll still be there and we'll be ready to rock and roll.
Yeah, that's awesome. I think that asking for no rain at Loretta's is that's a result you're never going to get, but hope that it's not a washout for the entire time is hopefully how it's going to go. So for Casey Greek, I'm Cody Jansen. This is our Redbud coverage on the Digging Deep ATVMX podcast. Casey, thanks for all you do for us and all that you bring to the show. And that's a wrap for our Redbud coverage with Casey Greek, brought to you by Blenders Eyewear. Use discount code DiggingDeep20 at blenderseyewear.com. Thanks again, Casey, and we'll see you next week.
Thanks for having me, Cody. We'll see you next week.
See you, pal. Thanks. That was so much fun. From Redbud 2022 back to 2007 and reliving it just like it was yesterday, from the U.S. to the Czech Republic. What a freaking episode. And can you believe when we talk next, the ATV motocross season will have come to an end? What a wild thought. Thanks to producer Dallas Jansen, my brother, for all his hard work. Thanks to Brooke and AMA official Harv Whipple. Thanks to all of our donors. You know who you are. We appreciate you so much. Thanks to all of our partners. CST Tires. Go to shop.csttires.com today. Yamaha, thanks to Blue Crew. SSI Decals, DID Racing Chain, Namura Technologies, Bronco ATV and UTV Components, Impact Solutions, Launderville Steel Enterprises and Concrete Supply, the financial advice of the Haymore Financial Group, Forworks Carbon, DP Brakes, Factory 43, Integrated Financial Concepts, Binky's Forever ATC Museum, Blendzall Oil, the official oil choice of Digging Deep, Evans Waterless Power Sports Coolant, Walsh Racecraft, and Manscaped. Get 20% off and free shipping with code DiggingDeep20 at manscaped.com. Support the brands that support our show, and don't forget to use those codes to save. You can find it all on our website, and be sure to click that Rocky Mountain ATVMC banner for all your gear and parts needs and to help us out. And most of all, thanks to you guys for listening. Our show merchandise, including our new Legends Never Die tees. We saw a bunch of them at the races last weekend. They are available at shop.diggingdeepatvmx.com, so check that out. This new merch drop is so rad, and we'll have them at Loretta's with us as well, so come see us. If you're looking for another easy way to help support us, visit our website and click the Patreon or Buy Me a Coffee buttons. This allows you to set up a one-time or monthly contribution to support our efforts. You can always give us a call on our voicemail line, give us your reaction to the show, the races, and or everything in between, so we can play them on the show and react to what you have to say. That number is 920-569-3519. We want to hear from you, so give us a call. Follow the show on social media, Digging Deep ATVMX Podcast, and myself, Cody Jansen, for additional content, coverage, and more fun stuff as the 2022 season hits its climax. You can find us on Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Amazon Podcasts, Spotify, Stitcher, and more. Wherever you find podcasts, you'll find the Digging Deep ATVMX Podcast. All episodes, additional podcast providers, sponsor links, and discount codes, our new show merchandise, fantasy info, and more can all be found on our website, diggingdeepatvmx.com, so check that out today. And shout out to our one and only ATV Fantasy winner from Redbud, Ed Hayden. He absolutely slayed it with the perfect squad of Chad Wienen, Jeffrey Rastrelli, Logan Stanfield, and Cesar Jimenez, so congrats to him. Be a friend, tell a friend, please download, subscribe, rate, review, and share. And with that, for Chad Wienen, Jeffrey Rastrelli, Casey Greek, Brooke Catherine, Dallas Jansen, and I'm your host, Cody Jansen. Thanks for listening to and making us the #1 podcast in ATV racing with over 168,500 downloads last month in 90-plus total countries. Until next time, thanks for joining us in Digging Deep with the Stars of ATV Motocross. See you at the ranch. Things are crashing and burning here at the Digging Deep podcast, much like the Titanic.
Those guys were hauling ass, for real.
I remember watching Doug Gus, I don't know who it was, Steel City, running the same times Friday afternoon as James Stewart was on Sunday back then. It was mental. I've never seen quads go that fast.
Quad leaders are freaking gnarly.